indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please. Councilmember Ayala.
Here.
Councilmember Rhodes.
Here.
Councilmember Judge. Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Here.
Mayor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Are there any items for agenda review?
Madam Mayor, there is a supplemental on item 5A, the public hearing. There is additional information that was provided by the applicant subsequent to the distribution of the agenda.
Thank you.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
Second.
Call for the vote. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. If any member of the City Council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time.
Madam Mayor, item 9D is a discussion of the 250, and it involves a group that I am affiliated with, and so I need to recuse myself on 9D.
Technically, I am involved with them too, but I haven't really attended meetings. So
The
she
city
took my place?
manager has,
There's actually, it's okay for both you and Councilmember Ayala to participate in this discussion because you were appointed on behalf of the city.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Litster has a potential financial interest, so that's why it's recommended that she's recusing herself.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any others? Seeing none, we may move on. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 1D1, presentation of a proclamation declaring June 2026 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month, and Senior Management Analyst Heidi DiNardo is here to present this item. And accepting the proclamation are Executive Director of Unity Conejo, Megan Gobel, and Unity Conejo Board Member Melissa Espinoza. Ms. DiNardo, before you read the proclamation, I think it's important to note the timeliness of this item. As recently as this weekend, our community experienced a bias-related incident involving comments regarding gender identity that escalated into a physical altercation. While that incident remains under investigation, it serves as a reminder of the importance of treating one another with respect, empathy, and civility. You may go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and members of the City Council. Tonight, we recognize June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the city of Simi Valley. On June 28, 1969, the LGBTQ plus community took a brave stand for human rights at the Stonewall Inn in New York City, marking a monumental step for LGBTQ plus equal rights. Each June, cities and towns across the United States celebrate LGBTQ plus Pride Month, a time to honor the courage it takes to live openly and authentically, build community, and advocate for equality. Pride Month is an opportunity to reflect on the progress that has been made toward greater understanding and acceptance, while acknowledging that many LGBTQ plus individuals continue to face challenges, discrimination, and obstacles simply for being themselves. As we recognize Pride Month, we affirm the importance of treating every person with dignity and fairness. That includes people of all sexual orientations, gender identities, and gender expressions who help strengthen our community. This month is an opportunity to celebrate authenticity, encourage understanding, and recognize the value of ensuring that everyone feels welcome and respected in our community. In recognition of the LGBTQ plus community's ongoing contributions and the continued pursuit of equal rights for all, the City of Simi Valley proclaims June 2026 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month, presented this 8th day of June 2026.
Thank you. On behalf of the entire City Council, we want to offer you this resolution. She read everything about it, so I'm not going to read it all out here. But if you would like to say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Megan Goebel. I'm the proud founder and executive director of Unity Conejo. We are a grassroots nonprofit that lives in the Ventura County area, and we are here to support, uplift, educate, and bring joy for our LGBTQ plus community. So thank you for having us, and thank you for this honor. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies, very much. Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 1D2, presentation of a proclamation declaring June 19, 2026 as Juneteenth, and Senior Management Analyst Heidi DiNardo is presenting this item as well.
Good evening again. Tonight we recognize Juneteenth, a day of reflection, remembrance, and education in our nation's history. Juneteenth commemorates June 19, 1865, when Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced that enslaved people were free more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation had been issued. For many, that day marked the true realization of freedom and served as an important reminder that progress is not always immediate and that justice often requires continued effort. As we observe Juneteenth, we also recognize the many contributions Black Americans have made to our country and communities. Their influence can be seen across every aspect of American life, from culture, education, science, and business to public service, the arts, and civic leadership. Juneteenth is also an opportunity to acknowledge difficult chapters in our history, including slavery, segregation, and racially motivated violence. Remembering these experiences help us better understand the past and reinforces our responsibility to continue building communities where every person is treated with dignity and respect. While our history includes moments of great challenge, it also includes stories of resilience, courage, and progress. As a community, we can honor Juneteenth by learning from history, listening to one another, and continuing to foster understanding, inclusion, and mutual respect. Therefore, June 19th, 2026 is hereby proclaimed Juneteenth in the city of Simi Valley to encourage reflection, education, and a commitment to end racism and all forms of dehumanization, presented this 8th day of June 2026.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thank you very much, Ms. DiNardo.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. We do have one speaker card for this item. Deb Dickerson.
My name's Deborah Dickerson. I am a 23-year resident of Simi Valley. I'm also running for District 4 City Council this year. But I come today as a parent to talk about the school resource officers that we're trying to get enabled. As we all know, the budget for Simi Valley PD currently has 2 school resource officers. However, we currently have 0 because one retired 3 months ago, the other one is on maternity leave. I know tonight you guys are going to discuss adding 2 of the members of the City Council to the working group, and I think that's a phenomenal start. To have Simi Unified and the police department and the city all sitting together is very, very important on this issue. A school resource officer isn't just a police officer on the street doing patrol. This is somebody who is very specialized in what they do. They have an understanding of the students. They understand how to deal with kids. They have a working relationship with the administration. And this is the person who these kids on these campuses need to know they can be safe talking to. When there's an issue that arises at a school, they don't want to talk to their parent. They don't want to talk to the principal. They want to talk to their friends and somebody that they trust, and that has to be the school resource officer. The police department's budget is so limited. They don't have the resources to add more school resource officers. 2 is definitely not enough for 28 schools. 3 would be amazing. 4 would be optimal for this. I think that when this group forms, this working group, they need to sit down and understand that where that money comes from isn't going to really matter, but the Simi Valley Unified needs to come up with some money. This cannot be just fronted by the city and the police department's budget. They have got to find somewhere in their budget to help pay for this. They should really be paying for the majority of it. As part of the law, there is what's called the Comprehensive Safe School Plan. It is a law. It is a requirement. SROs aren't a part of that requirement, but they are definitely a risk management portion of that. They are vital to what happens. Imagine being in a deposition in front of a high-powered attorney that is going to sit there and ask you, what was your plan? What did you have in place? And you have no answer. They're going to add zeros to that payout and more zeros to that payout every time you say, we didn't have anything in place. So I urge you, whoever sits on that committee, please look at that, press the Unified School District, and let's make sure that we invest in our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that was the only speaker for item 2. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3A1, reappointment of President Kavanaugh and Trustee Rhodes to serve on the Simi Valley Board of Trustees and adoption of a resolution. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number PL-39, a resolution of the Simi Valley Library Board of Trustees reappointing Board President Kavanaugh and Trustee Rhodes to the Simi Valley Library Board of Trustees, and Deputy Community Services Director Anna Medina is here to present this item.
And before you begin, Ms. Medina, I'd like to note for the community that Ms. Medina recently announced her retirement from the city of Simi Valley after nearly 36 years of service. And it not only oversees the Simi Valley Library, but the Senior Center, Cultural Arts Center, and Youth Services. You'll be seeing her again at the next council meeting, but I couldn't miss this opportunity to recognize Anna publicly for her many years of service to the city. So you may receive.
Good evening, President Kavanaugh and Simi Valley Library Board of Trustees. In 2012, the Simi Valley Library Board of Trustees established the initial terms of office of the board with 3-year terms of service for each trustee. President Kavanaugh and Trustee Rhodes' terms of service on the board are due to expire on June 30th, 2026. No other board positions are expiring this year. Therefore, it is recommended that the board adopt a resolution to reappoint President Kavanaugh and Trustee Rhodes to serve on the Simi Valley Library Board of Trustees for additional 3-year terms beginning July 1st, 2026, and expiring June 30th, 2029. This concludes the report, and staff is available to answer any questions at this time.
Mayor Pro Tem Litster?
No questions, but happy to make a motion if there's no discussion.
I second.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
And the motion was going to be in favor, just to be very clear.
Mayor Kavanaugh, just waiting for you.
It's locked.
It's locked. There you go. Oh, it was locked. Can you try it again?
Okay, now it's open. It's blue.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, next on the agenda is item 3A2, appointment of City Council members to a crossing guard and school resource officer working group, and Senior Management Analyst Heidi DiNardo is presenting this item.
Good evening again. It's the last time you'll see me tonight. The item before you this evening is the appointment of up to 2 City Council members to participate in a crossing guard and school resource officer working group consisting of representatives from the Simi Valley Unified School District, city staff, and the Simi Valley Police Department. At the May 11th, 2026 City Council meeting, the council discussed the School Resource Officer Program and expressed interest in continuing discussions with the school district regarding the future of the program, including potential cost-sharing opportunities. During the discussion, it was recommended that the Crossing Guard program be included in those conversations and evaluated as part of a broader review of school safety-related services. The proposed working group would provide a forum for those discussions and allow representatives from each agency to collaboratively evaluate current programs, and identify opportunities for partnership moving forward. There's no direct financial impact associated with the appointment of council members to the working group. Any future recommendations involving funding or service changes would be brought back to the City Council for consideration at a future meeting. The recommendation tonight is that the City Council approve the appointment of up to 2 City Council members to serve on the Crossing Guard and School Resource Officer Working Group. That concludes my presentation. Staff's available if you have any questions.
Thank you. I think all of us would be happy to serve on that board, but I will go in order of the names that came up. So, Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm so happy this is coming before us tonight. This big reason is I've been saying this for a long time, that we need to put our school resource officers #1 priority for our schools to help pay for us to get this done. And I would be more than willing to serve on this board. I think 3 is a nice number, but 4 is also what I would think would be the optimum number for school resource officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to say the same thing, which is I think every single one of us has an appetite for seeing this issue moved forward and worked on. I would also love to serve on this committee, this board, and I would just point out that several years ago when I ran for school board, I had an interesting perspective from the previous superintendent that carries forward to the current one on their positions, and yes, it's time to bring this to resolution, and hopefully I can serve on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you. Yes, I think everyone would do great and sitting on this board. I think that, I don't know if we should have 3. I don't know if we should have 4. I think that's the point of the working group, is to go in with an open mind to say the point of the working group is to say and determine, while working with the school district and the police, what the optimal number is. And so for me, it's about going in and truly saying we're going to start a working group and work together to figure this out without having a preconceived number in our head as to what it might be. So I would say that I brought forward this motion at the last meeting, that under new business. I also, even though we've had kids that have gone through the district, I'm the only one up here that actually has a student in the district. And so the determination that we come up with will directly impact my daughter, who's still in school. And so although I will support whoever the majority support, we always do, right? But at the same time, I think I would be willing to serve on that committee.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Yes, all of us would be fabulous. I was actually not pushing my button, though, for the purpose to join that group, knowing that we had other wonderful representation possible. All of the comments have been stated are spot on, and thank you, Deborah, for your time, for coming forward and also speaking to the issue. One of the things I was just going to throw out there as well, I'm actually glad that crossing guards are also, the entire safety interaction is part of it. I know that, I think even Councilmember Judge and I have on occasion discussed even mechanical lighting assistance at some of these crosswalks where students go across. There's just a variety of things that could be explored, but particularly the SROs are critical, and of course, anyway, very, very pleased that there's such a desire to move proactively. And I will say that Mayor Kavanaugh and I have even had started this discussion with the Tri-Agency Council. They know it is on our radar. They know this is important to us. So anyway, I think any one of these 3 gentlemen would be great.
Thank you. I would love to do it too, but I'm not going to nominate myself, trust me. Ms. Dickerson, I was able to meet with the chief and our city manager this past week, and we will have 2 SROs for the new school year, a minimum of, so we'll have that taken care of.
So who's going to make the motion, and how do we split the baby? Okay, Rocky in half. I'll take half of it. It actually, I will, because this motion came about from Councilmember Ayala. I think my motion, all three of you would be fabulous, but my motion would be Councilmember Judge and Councilmember Ayala because of, for those reasons. But that would be my motion for those two. The reason we can't do three, of course, is it's a Brown Act violation, I should say. I would love them all to be on the group, but it can't be a majority of us representing a decision-making body outside of this. Anyway, so that would be my motion, I believe. Are you okay with that, Rocky?
I'll second.
I was asking him, should I second? I want to make sure he was okay with it. Call for the vote, please.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I think we will have a great working group for that.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 4, public statements. I apologize, I skipped one here. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3A3, appointment of members of the American with Disabilities Act, ADA, Paratransit Advisory Committee, and Deputy Public Works Director of Transit, Ben Gonzalez, is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and council members. This evening, staff is recommending the City Council approve and the mayor appoint the applicants nominated to serve on the ADA Paratransit Advisory Committee for terms commencing on June 1st, 2022, and expiring on May 31st, 2028. The committee consists of 5 members and 2 alternate positions, and there are currently 4 member positions and 1 alternate position vacant. Mayor Pro Tem Lister and Councilmember Ayala interviewed 5 applicants on May 12th and nominated the following individuals for appointment: Rebecca McCann, Mary Elaine Beatty, Leanne Ford, and Isabel Huerta as members, and Alice Pettis, alternate. This concludes the report, and staff is available for any questions you may have.
Any questions of staff? Okay. Councilmember Judge?
I was just going to move the appointments.
I might have one question of staff, if that's right, and then you move the appointments. We had an excellent experience interviewing. I will say that there were recommendations that came from each of them about things that they could see for improvement. And I was going to put together a report. Is that likely to be discussed in the body of the meetings, or should I share that report as well?
I'd be more than happy to take the report, but yes, each meeting, we ask the members, what they'd like to see on the agenda, and then they'll bring it up and it'll be a discussion, and then take action if necessary on what their wants or needs are and recommendations, which they've shared probably the last couple. Not sure if we're aware of all of them, but yeah, more than happy to.
Very good. Okay, thank you so much.
And then, real quick, if you could write, just quick notes, if you send them to me, then at the next ADA Paratransit Committee,
I will copy.
I can
both.
make,
Beautiful.
and we'll make sure we carry.
Okay.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Back to you, Councilmember Judge.
Yes, I'll make the motion to move the appointments forward. I also wanted to say thank you very much. I saw you pointed at Rebecca. She always has great comments about stuff in the city.
Second.
Who's the second? Thank you. Call for the roll. Call for the vote. I'm really confused.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 4, public statements. During this agenda item 4, the City Council will hear public statements from persons who have submitted speaker cards. Agenda item 4 is the time allotted for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted to speak for this public statements item 4 for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community residence for the record. Madam Mayor, unless you have any comments, we can begin public statements.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I will call 3 names at a time so you know who you follow. Mary Gunn, Scott Jusium, and Chad Pettit.
Should I begin it? Yes? Okay, hello. My name is Mary Gunn, and I've been a Simi Valley resident for over 50 years. It's a great place to work and raise a family, but we could make it even better. I'm here to propose a project which I feel is long overdue. We need a veterans village, and this is the perfect year for it. Simi Valley has a proud history of families whose children have left home to join the military and serve our country. Then, when they return home to find jobs within our community and be close to family and friends, they find themselves unable to qualify for even the most modest and essential housing. What I am proposing would entail converting an undeveloped area of land within the city limits into small plots of land, which could be purchased by the veteran using a VA loan. There could be a selection of pre-approved housing plans, prefab or otherwise, and the vet could choose the basic design to fit their needs. Living in a small community among other vets facing similar challenges, the village could serve as an essential support system for veterans, especially those who are now single working parents, those with young families, and those returning to the civilian workforce. The village design could include a small central common area or green zone where residents could socialize and safely let their children play together. You may be asking, why can't they just rent an apartment? For several reasons, this is easier said than done. Former military personnel don't tend to transition to civilian life with the necessary cash to meet the demands of landlords, and then there is no guarantee that what money they need to get into a rental will carry them through the inevitable rent hikes and fees associated with non-ownership. After putting their lives on hold to serve our country, our veterans deserve to be able to feel the pride of home ownership, no matter how small the home. It will still be something they can call their own. There is a precedent for what I am proposing. Similar and successful models can be found in other parts of the state and country. We have an opportunity to design a program which would set the standard for additional cities to follow. Our city would be a shining example of what it means to truly embrace our returning veterans, fostering a strong sense of community they could feel proud to come home to. Thank you for listening to my plan, and I would be willing to help in any way possible to see this plan come to light.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn.
Good evening. I'm Scott Chusium. On your agenda tonight, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And it's always an honor to walk in the building. It really is, and a level of prestige. And I thank you. And I also commend you for taking the action on the police department and the SROs. So important for the kids. Tonight, I wanted to just let you know I'm aware of the council's action on giving the city manager appropriate authority to start negotiations. And I want to let you know that I've spoken to a lot of business owners locally, including myself, that support the action. The Simi Valley taking a proactive approach to property negotiations when opportunities arise that can create economic growth and improve the city assets and increase revenue without placing additional burdens on our residents is just absolutely critical and key. Successful communities plan ahead. You guys are doing that well. Strategic property decisions can help attract investment, support future businesses, improve infrastructure, and position Simi Valley for future success. And that's why I would say, please give the city manager that full authority to do so. And the only question I would have, and I know you can answer now, is how long is that going to take? I know that the entire city, it's absolutely, and I'm not here to preach, you know the importance of that piece of property and the beacon of hope and opportunity that it provides to the city. So how long will that process take to negotiate and get some of the exciting part of the details I know are coming, and I know that everyone wants to know what's coming, and so that's it, and thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Jusian.
Hi, I'm Chad Pettit, representing the Samaritan Center. Just want to start, Dee Dee, Mayor Kavanaugh, and City Council, thank you for the input that we've received as a Samaritan Center individually from each of you around the question that we've asked, which is how can we meaningfully reduce street homelessness in Simi Valley? There's an item on the agenda tonight, number 9E, that would propose a motion to provide a letter to the Samaritan Center that we can use then with a developer to do a study about transitional housing. Now, I want to make one clarification, and with due respect to the city, the title of it and in the materials in preparation, it talks about transitional housing at the Samaritan Center. It's too early for that. What the study should be is taking a very open, balanced view, looking at all the pros and all the cons, a very data-centered approach to where in the city it should be, how the operation should be run, how this type of facility can best meet the needs of the city. And the letter itself that's proposed is correct, but I did want to correct the statement in the notes. In terms of transitional housing, the Samaritan Center knows you look at the homeless count, it undercounts the number of people who are truly homeless in the city. There's about 170 to 200 in the city. There's a percentage of them who are willing and capable of moving to independence. And what if we could reduce street homelessness by 15%, 25%? What would that mean? I think many of you have heard my own story moving here in 1997 with my wife and having our 2 kids, and the stroller walks along the arroyo between First Street and Rancho Simi Park. Simi Valley should be and continue to be, and the legacy really should be that parents can be comfortable sending their kids out, women can be comfortable going out, that there can be a sense of security in the area, and addressing street homelessness is part of that. And so I, representing the board of directors, the housing committee for the Samaritan Center, encourage the council to vote in favor of providing this letter so that we can unlock funds from a developer to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit.
Leandra Shergo, Brian Schumacher, and Pastor Amanda Berg.
Good evening. They made that too tall for me now. Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, council members, and staff. My name is Leandra Churdy. I'm a member of the Autism Society of Ventura County's Advocacy Committee and a 24-year resident of Simi Valley. I'm speaking tonight in strong support of item 9E, consideration of a letter for support for a study evaluating the feasibility of a transitional housing project at the Samaritan Center. As a committee member with the ASVC, I help review local agendas each week to ensure that individuals with disabilities are not overlooked in decisions that shape our community. Housing instability affects many of the families and individuals we advocate alongside, including adults with autism and other disabilities who need structure and support to successfully transition into permanent housing. I have personal experience with a family member who was unhoused, and perhaps if he had access to a program like what the Samaritan Center is proposing, he might still be with us today. Transitional housing, when thoughtfully designed and properly managed, can provide stability, accountability, and access to services that help people regain independence. Supporting a feasibility study is a responsible first step. It allows the community to explore what is possible, evaluate safeguards, and ensure that any future decisions are informed and transparent. The Samaritan Center has been a consistent presence in serving Simi Valley residents with compassion and coordination. The Samaritan Center makes Simi Valley safer, healthier, and more inclusive. They are a shining example of what is possible when nonprofits work together to fill gaps for the betterment of the community. Exploring the opportunity for expanded services, particularly transitional housing, reflects a willingness to look at practical, locally grounded solutions to a complex issue. I respectfully encourage you to support item 9E. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Churdy.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, council members, and staff. My name is Brian Schumacher. I serve as Advocacy and Community Impact Manager for Autism Society of Ventura County. I am speaking tonight on behalf of our dedicated advocacy committee, who each week review agendas from city councils and school districts to ensure that people with disabilities are reflected in decisions that affect their lives. So I'm speaking tonight in strong support of item 9E, consideration of a letter of support for a study evaluating the feasibility of a transitional housing project with the Samaritan Center. We are facing a housing crisis that requires thoughtful, creative, and community-based solutions. Transitional housing can serve as an essential bridge for individuals who are currently unhoused, particularly those with disabilities, including autistic adults and individuals with co-occurring mental health needs. Stable, structured environments paired with case management and wraparound services significantly increase the likelihood of long-term housing stability. The Samaritan Center's mission centers on restoring lives and providing support services essential to human dignity. Their longstanding work connecting residents to housing navigation, food resources, and community partnerships reflects the kind of coordinated, service-rich approach that successful transitional housing models depend on. A feasibility study will allow the city and community to evaluate operational standards, neighborhood considerations, service partnerships, and fiscal impacts before plans are implemented. We respectfully encourage the council to support item 9E and allow this important study to proceed. We're certain you would all agree that every Simi Valley resident deserves a place to call home. For more information on ASVC and the important work of our advocacy committee, please reach out to us at advocacy@autismventura.org. And thank you for your time and leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Schumacher.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Amanda Berg, and I serve as the pastor at Shepherd of the Valley Lutheran Church here in Simi Valley. And I'm here this evening to encourage your support for the Samaritan Center and its request for a letter of support for the feasibility study to explore transitional housing for our unhoused neighbors. As you know, the Samaritan Center works faithfully and effectively every day with individuals and families experiencing homelessness, addressing their needs with compassion and dignity and practical assistance. Our Stillwater's food pantry at the church I serve serves approximately 300 families each week with food and security needs, and some of our clients are unhoused. In the winter months, we're a part of the PADS program in connection with the Samaritan Center and serve as a shelter on Friday evenings. We've seen an increase in people needing places to sleep at night and have on several recent occasions found someone sleeping in one of our bathrooms that are exterior facing. Transitional housing can be an important part of helping unhoused people move from crisis toward long-term housing and self-sufficiency. I saw this firsthand many years ago when I was visiting a transition housing development in the Bay Area, and it provided a way for many people to get on their feet again. As a feasibility study is a responsible and thoughtful way to gather information and assess our possibilities to make informed decisions on this issue. So thank you for your consideration as we continue to seek ways to serve our most vulnerable neighbors together. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Michael Shaw, Todd Taylor, and Jill Abela.
Mike, we to the restroom. Oh, there he is. No, he went home and went to bed. Well, good evening, everyone. Glad to see you all. Again, the last time I was here, we all stayed up well past my bedtime, so I couldn't talk that night. I know you probably missed it, but I'm glad to see you all. This last week, I got to tell you, is been something. I was lucky enough to do a couple Hope America Awards at our schools at a couple culmination ceremonies. And it was great to see that we do have great schools and great teachers. Although, on the downside, I saw a little guy that I've known since he was brand new. His father was a contractor that I've used many times. And when I asked him, where his mother was. She was afraid to come to culmination because of the ICE movements. And at the same time, I'm sitting there looking at the father, and I don't know what to say to him to say, hey, we've got a 4th of July celebration coming up, and it's going to be safe for you and your family to come to. I didn't know what to say to the little boy that your mother is afraid to drop you off at school. Now, this family has been here for 17 years. Both the parents own businesses. The kid grew up here. They own a home here. And yet, they're subject to ICE. And you guys know me, I don't bring up national subjects. I'm all just about Simi. But this is about Simi. I need your guys' help to tell me what to answer these people. Are they indeed safe to come to 4th of July? Can they rest assured that they can get home safe? And I know you guys are hesitant to speak to those subjects, and I understand why. I do. But I think all of us would love to hear some words of hope from our elected officials, because it's serious and it's happening right under. Can't even go to school. So if you guys could talk to that, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Oop, wrong way. Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and City Council members. My name is Todd Taylor. I've been a Simi Valley resident for almost 18 years. Here to discuss the proposed ordinance, item 8A on STRs. Several concerns that I believe should be addressed before final approval to ensure regulations are fair, practical, enforceable, and based on actual impacts rather than potential concerns. Parking requirement may be too restrictive. The ordinance limits overnight guest vehicles to the number of off-street parking spaces available at the property, and all guest vehicles must park on-site. No guest vehicles may park on public streets. Potential issues: quiet families staying at a 3-bedroom home could easily arrive in 3 to 4 vehicles. Many Simi homes have legal street parking available that creates no actual impact. The ordinance treats legal public street parking as if prohibited solely because the occupants are STR guests. A long-term renter or homeowner can legally park on the street, but STR guests cannot. In many cases of an ADU, for example, the driveway may only allow 1 vehicle, and many times that could be an electric car with only 1 option to charge. There'd be no room for additional vehicles. What evidence shows that every STR vehicle must be prohibited from using legal street parking? Another issue: 1 permit per person. A person may only hold 1 STR permit citywide. Someone who owns 2 legal homes in Simi Valley cannot operate both. It penalizes responsible operators the same as irresponsible operators. The ordinance appears to assume ownership quantity is the problem rather than behavior. If the concern is commercial operators, then there may be more targeted ways to address that. Broad denial authority. The director can deny a permit if the STR is materially detrimental to the public health or safety or create a nuisance. Potential issue with that is materially detrimental is subjective. It gives significant discretion without clearly defining standards. Applicants may not know what the criteria it will actually be used. Annual inspections. Every permit issuance and renewal requires an inspection. How much staff time will this consume? How many STRs are expected? Will permit fees fully cover the inspection costs? Will this create delays for renewals? The Planning Commission specifically raised concerns about the administrative and enforcement costs. Mandatory notification. I realize I'm out of time. Every unhosted STR must notify all owners or occupants with 200 feet. This creates a perception that STRs are inherently problematic, and this may encourage complaints before any actual issue occurs. Thank you for your time. I have a lot more.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Sorry, I have to speak fast. I only got 3 minutes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jill Abala. I live in District 1 here in Simi Valley, 40-year resident. Wanted to talk about 2 items that are on the agenda tonight. One is the transient occupancy tax. I want to make a couple suggestions before we raise the transient occupancy tax, or TOT for short. I think we should ask whether we are maximizing the value of our existing tourism economy. And I'd like to offer you a different perspective on the proposed increase to the TOT. Available data shows that Simi Valley's hotel room rates are significantly below nearby communities. In April of 2026, just 2 months ago, Simi Valley's average daily rate was about $49 below Thousand Oaks, about $44 below Agora Hills, and about $24 below Santa Clarita. That same data suggests that our average daily rates have not grown meaningfully in recent years. And when you adjust those for inflation, our average daily rates have actually declined. That indicates that the issue may not be demand alone, because our occupancy rates are good, but it's our ability to command a higher pricing. So why might that be? That's an important question. Why are our hotels performing below nearby markets? One possible explanation is that some properties may need reinvestment to remain competitive in the marketplace. This matters because our city has identified one of its key priorities as promoting tourism to boost our local economic activity. That goal isn't just about the tax rate, it's about increasing our total economic activity, including more hotel nights booked, greater local spending per visitor, including more total sales taxes collected, not just the TOT. So I encourage the City Council to take a broader view and consider whether there are policies that support reinvestment and improve the city's tourism product that could generate additional revenue growth organically over time without increasing the actual sales tax rate. 9F, really quickly, really excited that the city is moving forward and being proactive about addressing the lagging town center. That's exciting stuff. An entertainment venue sounds great. Just so you know, the proposals being discussed behind closed doors are some of the worst kept secrets around town. I encourage you to please exercise some transparency, allow public feedback. I know it's a sensitive issue, but as soon as we possibly can, let's get the public behind any proposals, and I encourage us to make data-driven decisions to manage the taxpayer risk under 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abele.
Frank Tomlinson, Richard Perini, and Ashley.
Good evening. I've been here several times, and I'm for the same subject. I'm asking for a slight change to the distribution of the military banners that hang around town, just so that we would be able to connect with recently separated veterans that are just coming out of whatever branch that they're separating from. I've spoken about the difference that it makes in these individual lives when they separate and are able to connect with the resources that they have. That a lot of vets maybe don't know about or haven't been filled in as much as they need to be so that they can take advantage of those, as well as the difference that it makes in the community, because when these vets are able to access those resources, federal dollars flow into our community that we all get to reap the benefits of that. The thing that I was going to bring up tonight, and it's the unfortunate thing, and I think I touched on it one time, was just that, it's said that we lose 22 military personnel to suicide daily. That is widely believed to be an underestimation too. One of the reasons is because besides just overt PTSD from being exposed to combat, they also, to some degree, it's difficult to reassimilate. They're coming from a highly structured life into a life that is not as structured. So being able to connect with the resources that would largely be even in jobs being offered. I was just recently speaking with a local businessman who hires a high percentage of veterans that separate, and he has seen it. He has seen these young men and women that come out, they're suffering from PTSD. When they get connected and have purpose and they get to move forward with understanding, he has seen that symptom completely alleviated. So hopefully you'll see, I've tried to think about this in a critical way so that I could try and find something that is not good about this, but I haven't been able to identify it yet. So I'll just keep coming back and hopefully I can think of more good things to tell you about it. All right? Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I wanted to talk about SROs, and I'm glad to hear that we're going to have 2. But I'm just concerned on why it took us 12 years to get to the realization that we need 4, and why our school district is not wanting to pitch in. So I took it upon myself to ask Hani Youssef and some, school board members why. And it seems to be a misunderstanding. They think they're going to pay $1 million, and I'm told by Steve Shorts that it's $175. And it just doesn't make sense why these delays have taken, and I hope that we can get past this quickly, and I hope creating a board doesn't take longer than creating the solution. So if that can be seen quickly, and I question if we had an SRO, and just so you know, the average would be 5 for a city our size. Chief Shorts is fine with 4, and the superintendent would like to see 3. If we would have had 1, could we have helped with that situation with the kids throwing the stuff at the driver? Who knows? But I say we're dodging bullets right now, and I hope that we can get to that 4. My next one is on development. I know you probably won't have much say tonight on the apartment complex behind the McDonald's, mainly because Sacramento ties your hands, and you will probably universally approve this to prevent a lawsuit. And unfortunately, there isn't much we can do other than vote better on our representatives in Sacramento. And I just want people to understand that the board here pretty much shares everyone's opinion, where if we can reduce the amount of apartments, that would be good. But I understand your hands are tied, and you're not allowed to say things that might cause the city to gain a lawsuit. And I'll end on a good note. There's a Harmony for Hunger concert for the Simi Valley Council on Aging, and it will be Country Queens by Bethany Owen. It'll be Sunday, June 14th, 2 to 4, and that will help our Meals on Wheels program for our seniors. So hopefully you can attend, and thank you for serving the community so well.
Thank you, Mr. Premier.
Good evening, Council. Ken Hurst can't be here tonight, so I'm reading comments on his behalf. Ken wants to thank me for making the comments. Since we last spoke, there have been a few developments on the immigration front. The number of people taken by ICE in Simi Valley has now increased and stands at 42 people. Some good news: the Simi Immigration Coalition held its first town hall meeting on May 17th. It was attended by about 60 people and fostered a good discussion with considerable exchange of information. Thank you to Elaine Lister for attending And from me as well, Elaine, you have my heartfelt gratitude. Your presence meant the world to us, and we look forward to seeing some of you at the next meeting. Back to Ken's statements. The next one is scheduled for August 9th. On Tuesday, June 2nd, Ken was working as a co-leader of election workers at the voting center at Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District, Activity Center 4201 Guardian Street at the south end of Tapo. Starting at about 7:40 or a bit earlier, while voting was taking place, armed and masked ICE agents were present and active in the parking lot of the voting center, well within the marked 100-foot limit and within easy sight of voting signs that were placed to be obvious. This was disruptive to our voting process and against state and federal law, so we notified RSVPD Rangers. The Rangers responded and talked to ICE agents, and they left. We estimated they were there for at least 40 minutes. The VC Star, USA Today, and other news outlets have reported on it. This concludes Ken's statements. I'd like to take a moment for my own and echo how highly illegal, a federal offense in fact, it was for ICE to occupy a polling place on Election Day. This wasn't just some news article, this was here in our city. I know you're capable of understanding how that impacts our community and registered voters within the impacted community. We hear from people time and time again the harshest of criticisms about our hardworking immigrants and migrant communities, with the most minor of offenses or even none at all. So I expect to hear outrage on this as well. Additionally, you should know that high school graduates have even expressed concerns about their grad party safety as it relates to ICE. These kids worked so hard and deserve the opportunity to celebrate just like any other child. I again can't stress enough how not addressing these issues is impacting our city and now its future. Lastly, as I'm almost out of time, children are still and continuously committing hate crimes, assaulting members of this community and not being held accountable. I've made a harassment report and been dismissed. SVPD needs to take this seriously, and we expect to see your support at the next immigration town hall, unlike the last one where you refused to attend. Thank you, and happy Pride.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that was the last speaker. Next on the agenda is item 4A, City Council comments regarding public statements.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to address 9E first. Obviously, we're going to have a conversation about this coming up later in the agenda. I am also of the mindset that without good data, we can't make great decisions on how to move forward within the city. So let's get some data and let's figure out how to do this right. And Mr. Pettit, I appreciated your comments of, hey, don't presuppose anything in this. Let's get data first and then figure out what to do with it. So thank you for that. I think that was spot on. Ms. Apple, the transit occupancy tax and driving tourism can be two separate things. And the transit occupancy tax is possibly a way of funding increased spending on driving tourism. And so I think that might be two different things, but your point is well made. Thank you again, Frank, for bringing in the vet banner program. I don't know. Okay. Yes. And so maybe we're going to speak to that in a second. And then apartments. That ends my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to ask the city manager real quick. What happened with the planned development or the possibly planned development over there by, what is that? Habitat for Humanity that was looking at that property between the park and us?
We had communications with them. We had a number of communications with them, actually. There was some high water table issues there, and we did work with them to try to come up with a solution that was financially feasible for them. We did provide them with some options, and then we stopped hearing back. So I've reached out to them, but have not received a response.
Okay, I was just curious if that project was still moving or not, because I thought Mrs. Gunn's idea about the Veterans Village was an outstanding idea. So if there's a property like that available, I'd love to put her in touch with somebody and think about using that for that reason. Also, I wanted to thank everyone else for coming out and speaking tonight. Like Rocky said about the Samaritan Center data that we're looking for, or they're looking for, I think that's very important to have also. I wanted to also comment on the veterans banners, which we've already talked about that, so hopefully that is moving forward, because that's a great idea too. And that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Litster?
I will say that much of what I wanted to articulate has already been spoken. Mr. Todd Taylor, I appreciate your suggestions for STRs. We'll see how the second reading goes, but thank you for your concerns there. Wanted to address the comments, and yes, of course, we will be discussing TOT. Thank you, Ms. Abela, and those who were there who spoke to 9E. Information is always good, and this is a great way to decide what is best for our community and how to go forward. So thank you for your advocacy there. Mr. Shaw and Ken Hurst and his able representative, thank you for your desires for our community and concerns. Obviously, it is such a difficult issue. I will say it was that I thought that Ken's organization for putting together his just a think tank to discuss immigration concerns and issues, and was done in a very respectful, meaningful, positive way. And so I wanted to commend Ken for those efforts, how he articulated it, and I appreciate the opportunity to be there. And we desire safety for our entire community. I think. Actually, I wanted to end too with Ms. Gunn's suggestion. I did think, I echo what Councilmember Judge said. Would be lovely to have a place to articulate a place like that. And so that was, thank you for her ideas and passion. But thank you all for your many, many comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you. The transitional housing thing we'll talk about, but the gentlemen at the end have already talked a lot about the importance of that, so we'll talk more specifically about that in just a little bit. And then I just wanted to mention about, on behalf of Ken Hurst, thank you for reading that for us. I did talk to Mayor Pro Tem Litster afterwards about how that went. She might have said why I couldn't be there on that specific day, but I do have the next day. And one of the things that she had mentioned was how respectful everybody was in that forum. So thank you for representing that very well. And the other thing that's great is it's just the beginning of one. And so we hope to continue on with that. Thank you for being here on his behalf.
Thank you. Everything's pretty much been covered other than Samaritan Center. What a great turnout in support of your the letter that we're going to be discussing later. That was very nice of everyone to join you because you all work together. You're cohesive, and so thank you for all of that. Frank, the memo is almost done. I was just promised that by the city manager, so we're almost there with that. In regards to the SROs, I would like to comment. I think Mr. Perini, you mentioned a comment about the school district. We have asked them to contribute anything, and they have said they do not have the budget. We've done that multiple times. City Manager?
And if I could just offer some clarification. So there is certainly the absolute all-in cost for the program, but it has been communicated very clearly to the leadership at the school district that the city would appreciate any level of partnership, whatever that might look like. So, and there have been a variety of solutions offered over the years. So just to offer some clarification there.
Thank you. And for those of you that don't know, the property that they were talking about between Rancho Simi and the senior center was at one time being looked at for a veterans housing area. So that's why that discussion came up. So hopefully we can possibly get that back. We'll have Mrs. Gunn work with them. I think we might get something done that way. So that's it for my comments. So thank you all.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, next on the agenda is public hearings. This is the time for testimony on public hearings on the consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Let the record show that due notice was given as required by law and an affidavit to this effect is on file in the office of the city clerk. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the city council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the city clerk this evening. Speakers will be called on in the order which their card was submitted to speak for this public testimony, item 5, for a period of no more than 5 minutes each. Persons addressing the city council are requested to state their name and community residence for the record. Comments shall be limited to the matter relevant to this item on the agenda and may be ruled out of order if comments are unrelated to the item. The report of city staff relating to these matters shall be made part of the record of this meeting. If you challenge in court any of the city council decisions made here tonight, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at this public hearing. The time within which judicial review must be sought is governed by California Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094.6. Public hearing item 5A. A public hearing to consider a request from Century Property Group LLC for a general plan amendment GPA-2024-0001, zone change Z-S-2024-0003, plan development permit PD-S-2024-0005, tentative map TT-2024-0004, and affordable housing agreement AHA 2024-0003 to change the general plan land use designation from modern density and medium density residential to high density residential, change the zoning designation from residential moderate density RMOD and residential medium density RM to residential high density RH, to construct a new 60-unit multi-family residential condominium development with 3 affordable units on a 5.72-acre site located at 1761, 1801, and 1807 Oak Road. A determination that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and introduction of an ordinance and adoption of resolutions. The reading of the ordinance and resolutions is as follows. Ordinance number 1371, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving a change of zone classification Z-S-2024-0003 from residential moderate density and residential medium density to residential high density for property located at 1761, 1801, and 1807 Oak Road, and a determination that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Resolution number 2026-20, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving a general plan amendment GPA-2024-0001, plan development permit PD-S-2024-0005, and tentative map TT-2024-0004 to allow construction of a new 60-unit, 2-story multifamily residential condominium development located at 1761, 1801, and 1807 Oak Road, and determination that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And resolution number 2026-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving an affordable housing agreement AHA-2024-0003 with Century Property Group, Inc. for the development of a 60 homes, including 3 one-bedroom units to be reserved for very low-income households located at 1807 Oak Road. And Principal Planner Naren Gunasekera and Deputy Environmental Services Director, City Planner Sean Gibson are here to present this item.
Thank you. Before we begin, are there any ex parte communications to report? Mayor Pro Tem Litster?
This past week, I did have a conversation with developers, just in terms of the project.
Thank you. Councilmember Ayala?
I also had conversations with the developer as well as communications with community members, both support and not supporting the project.
Thank you. And I also met with the developers on this instance this past week, too. Councilmember Judge?
I also had a meeting with the developers today in council conference room.
Councilmember Rhodes?
I was with him.
Okay. So everyone has met with the developer. So thank you. We can, staff may now begin with the oral report on this matter.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, and members of the City Council. We'll jump right into the presentation for tonight's project with Principal Planner Naren Gunasekera.
Good evening. Tonight, we'll be reviewing a request for a general plan amendment, zone change, plan development permit, tentative map, and affordable housing agreement to allow the construction of a 60-unit for-sale multifamily condominium project with 3 affordable units for qualified very low-income home buyers and a determination that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. As you can see here, the site encompasses 4 parcels located southeast of the intersection of LA Avenue and Yosemite Avenue. The site is accessed via Oak Road, which is a private roadway that extends north-south along the eastern boundary of the site. The site is bordered on the north by a townhome project under construction, mobile home residences to the east, single-family residences to the south, and multifamily apartments to the west. The Arroyo Simi flood control channel traverses the site in an east-west direction and separates the 3 northern parcels from the southern parcel. At a May 13th hearing, the Planning Commission, by a 3-1 vote, recommended approval of the project with the condition that the applicant work with staff to preserve the T1 oak tree. The Commission expressed concerns that the proposed site design does not make the best possible effort to preserve the valley oak trees on the site, specifically tree T1, due to its size. A tree report and follow-up addendums were prepared by Richard Campbell, a California registered landscape architect and consulting arborist, as part of the application process. The materials are reviewed by the city's consulting arborists, Jordan and Bain, who agreed with the assessment and tree evaluations. T1 was given a C- rating for health and aesthetics, equivalent to around 20% of an overall health rating. The applicant requested the earliest possible City Council hearing and advised staff that they are unable to redesign the project to preserve the tree due to a number of reasons. These include advice by the civil engineer and arborist that the required grading and excavation for the project would further compromise the tree's deteriorated condition, necessitating removal. It was determined that the relocation of T1 is also not viable, as valley oaks are extremely difficult to transplant, with root systems extending 80 to 150 feet, survival rates below 20%, and would include prohibitive logistical costs. The future HOA's insurance carrier also flagged overhanging trees as a major underwriting concern, potentially resulting in coverage restrictions on non-renewal and potentially driving higher premiums and HOA dues. The applicant submitted a letter and documentation providing further information on their request and responding to comments made by the public and the Planning Commission, which is included in the staff report. As shown here, the project will remove 52 trees, including 5 valley oaks circled in red. The total replacement value for all the trees on site will be approximately $533,000. The city's mature tree preservation regulations require the applicant to replace the removed trees with trees planted on site, or if there's insufficient space on the site, they can contribute to the city's tree fund, which is utilized for tree maintenance and planting citywide. Moving on from the tree issue highlighted at the Planning Commission, the current general plan land use designation for the site is split amongst 4 parcels as shown here. The northernmost 2 parcels, comprising 1.52 acres, are medium density residential with an allowable density of 3.6 to 5 units per acre. The 2 southern parcels, comprising 3.78 acres, are moderate density residential with an allowable density of 5.1 to 10 units per acre. The requested general plan amendment will change the land use for the parcels to high density residential, which would be 10.1 to 20 units per acre. The current zoning designations are also split amongst the 4 parcels for the site, with the northernmost 2 parcels zoned residential medium density, RM, and the 2 southern parcels zoned residential moderate density, RMOD. The zone change will change the land use for the site to residential high density, RH. The project proposes 57 detached market rate townhomes with 3 to 4 bedrooms. These units, plans 1 through 3 in the table, will range in site from approximately 1,700 to 2,000 square feet, each with an attached two-car garage. The 3 720 square foot affordable units will be in a triplex building, and each will have a one-car garage. The 137 total parking spaces will be provided on site, including garage spaces, while 126 are required. This slide shows the site plan, and as mentioned before, site access will be via Oak Road. Each detached unit will have a small private backyard, while the triplex unit will not have any backyard space. Amenities will include a larger primary community open space area on the eastern side of the property with a shade structure, barbecue island with a picnic, and gathering area. A secondary smaller community space will be located to the south. 20 guest parking spaces will be provided adjacent to the recreation areas. Shown on screen is a streetscape of 4 of the units looking south on the site from Oak Road. The units will range from 25 feet to 27 feet in height, and the building designs will be a modern and traditional farmhouse. Each design will have 2 building styles and 2 color variations. As shown here, the modern farmhouse on the left will have a mixture of vertical board and batten siding and stucco. The traditional farmhouse on the right will have horizontal siding and stucco. The units will have multi-plane roofs with concrete roof tiles, decorative entry doors, and standing seam metal roofs on the first story as shown. The project is providing 3 for-sale affordable housing units for qualified very low-income home buyers. This would constitute 5% of the 60 units. This qualifies the project for a density bonus increase, modified parking requirements, 1 incentive or concession, and multiple waivers as long as the waivers do not impose a life or safety hazard. This is pursuant to state law. No density bonus is being requested by the applicant. The applicant has requested 1 incentive and 4 waivers. It should be noted that the project is not subject to the State Housing Accountability Act due to the requested general plan amendment and zone change. The incentive request is to deviate from the development code requirement that multifamily units be attached, like the triplex unit shown on the left, and instead to allow detached units as shown on the right. A waiver is being requested for the code requirement for a 20-foot front yard setback. The request is to allow a 10-foot setback to the property line shown in blue. This reduced setback would be adjacent to landscaping for the townhome project currently being constructed to the north. The units on both properties will be separated by 20 feet and a 6-foot block wall. The second waiver request is for the code requirement for minimum interior side yard setbacks of 15 feet to be reduced to 10 feet, as shown here with the property line in blue. This reduced setback would be adjacent to parking spaces and the access driveway for the adjacent Sage Creek apartments, and the proposed units would be approximately 60 feet from the apartment building. Waiver number 3 is being requested for the code requirement that the minimum separation between primary structures be 20 feet, and instead to allow a separation of 7 feet. And the final waiver is being requested for the code requirement that a minimum single-car garage have an interior clearance width of 12 feet, and instead a width of 10 feet will be provided. As mentioned earlier, the project will have an affordable housing agreement that will restrict the sale and occupancy of the 3 one-bedroom units for very low-income households for a period of 45 years, which is required for owner-occupied units. To determine the maximum household income limit, a 2-person household is assumed for a 1-bedroom pursuant to the California Health and Safety Code. As of May 29, 2026, the income limit for a household of 2 is $62,800 annually. An initial study was prepared for the project in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. No significant impacts were identified, and additional project design features were incorporated as conditions to avoid unforeseen environmental impacts. The change to the general plan triggered tribal consultation required by SB 18. The city provided project materials, including a site plan and the cultural resources study, to 15 tribes on December 17, 2025. Tribal consultation closed on March 18, 2026. The Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians requested tribal monitoring during grading and ground disturbance activities in case of discovery of tribal resources. This has been added as a condition. The project qualifies for a statutory exemption under Public Resources Code Section 21080.66 for urban infill housing development projects. The Planning Commission's recommendation is to continue the project to a date uncertain and require the applicant to work with staff to present a site redesign that ensures the preservation of the oak tree identified as T1. Another alternative available to the council is to approve the project as submitted in light of the marginal health of tree T1. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you. Does any council member have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Litster?
First, a question with regard to definition. In this report, these homes are being referred to as condominiums, page 2, and then they're referred to as market rate townhomes, page 5, and then somewhere else they're talked single-family detached homes, residences. Maybe, what is the definition of a condominium? Is it because of the distance together? I mean, what? To me, they look like detached homes, but maybe they're being called something else because they're really close together. Is that accurate?
I'll take this one. So condominium.
To me, it means a shared wall. That's what I always thought.
Yeah, Mayor
the definition of a
Pro
condo
Tem
was.
Lister, condominium is an airspace where we're creating one lot. It's a condominium project where you don't own the land. You have a share in the land amongst all 60 other property owners, 60 other people who live there. A townhome is a style of housing,
Right.
which is usually an up and down looking structure. Either a detached townhome is one way that could look at. Some people call it single family detached. So there's kind of an overlap between calling it a townhome, like a detached townhome, or single family detached. But in this case, it's a condominium because it's one lot being created, and there's going to be an HOA. You don't own the land that you're on. It's an airspace condominium.
Got it. So you'd only be purchasing the home, not, okay. Thank you. That's helpful for my understanding. There was, it wasn't in your report that you gave just now, but I always like to look at the neighborhood council's recommendation, et cetera. It looked to me, neighborhood council too, when they looked at the project, they were divided. It looked like half were in favor, half had concerns in terms of the way they voted. I think they voted, 7-6 to not have it go forward. Although I see later in the conversation that the developers tried to address some of their concerns and actually added more space in the garages, for instance. Do you want to speak at all to the neighborhood council's discussion?
We'll have the applicant address some of the questions with regard to what happened at neighborhood council, especially with regard to the garage space. However, what the neighborhood council recommended was approval of the project with a recommendation to maintain the existing general plan land use designations. That would not be possible because the density would not work if the current land use designations were maintained, and the land use designations also split between the property site. So it's kind of it's an approval, but not an approval at the same time. They liked the project, but they didn't want the residential high density.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then just one final question. There was conversation, of course, about the trees, about the oak trees. Specifically, T1 was a source of conversation, particularly the Planning Commission. When I drove out there and looked at them, T1, T41 was absolutely beautiful. I'd say they're both beautiful. But as I understand, there are other oak trees that are on the property, and they might be somehow, is it possible that they can be utilized in some fashion? Or maybe that's a question for the developer.
I'll have the developer address that.
Fair enough, fair enough. I will save that question for later. Thank you. That was it for now.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none at this time, I would like to open this
I have
public
one.
hearing.
I have
Does the-
one.
Councilmember Ayala, you caught me before I finished.
I do have questions for the developer as well when it comes time. The protection of the tree, of any of the trees, right? The tree ordinance requires that if you're going to take down a tree permit has to be filled out. And then staff looks at that permit and has a certain criteria as to why they would say that tree can or cannot be removed. So for the permit for T1, what would be the staff's justification or requirement for saying that it does not, that it can actually be removed?
So Councilmember Ayala, that decision would be made by the City Council tonight in terms of which method they go with their recommendation. It could be economic enjoyment of the property for removal. That's probably the main default one.
Yep. So your name is on the little application, I think, right? So are you the one that checks the box?
That's correct. And if you want to provide further direction as far as what box to check, we could certainly take your information on that and include that in the permit.
And just to clarify, Mr. Gibson, staff has already ensured that in presenting this item to council that the trees that have been identified for removal are in compliance with the removal guidelines from the tree ordinance, correct?
That's staff's recommendation. That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll reserve more questions as we go forward. Thanks.
Any other questions from council? All right, thank you. So at this time, I would like to open this hearing. Does the applicant wish to be heard on the matter? You may come forward.
I'm up. Thank you, Naran. Thank you, Sean. That was a very thoughtful and thorough report. Hello, my name is Sal Provenza. I'm the manager of the applicant, Century Property Group. Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts about our Oak Road South project. I will try to keep it brief, but there's a lot of really good information. And as you will see, we're very excited about this great project. The proposed zoning allows for our 60-home for-sale project with 2-story detached homes. The 4 parcels are currently zoned residential, R mod and medium, allowing for 49 homes on a little under 6 acres, and well over 60 when you use a density bonus. Based on our markets research and cost analysis, home buyers are starved for a product that offers the benefits of a single-family home at a much lower price point. The project also includes 3 one-bedroom, 2-story affordable homes designed to meet an underserved population who want the American dream of homeownership, but cannot qualify for moderate income homes due to the lack of down payment or insufficient income. Smaller units like this make that dream possible. The property to the north and the west are zoned high-density residential. So our request to change the zoning to high-density residential is appropriate, logical, and in line with adjacent uses. While the project qualifies for a CEQA exemption, we also commissioned best-in-class experts to prepare numerous technical reports. It's important to note that these reports have been peer-reviewed by the city's experts. I mention this to emphasize that the project has been thoroughly reviewed from an environmental standpoint. I won't bore you with all the different reports. City Ventures is building a 70-unit, 3-story townhome project with some moderate homes just north of us. The city recently upzoned that property to residential high density. Our project is very similar, but also very different. We're lower density, about 13.4 versus 19. We have 2-story, for-sale detached homes with private backyards, 2-car garage, side by side. Lower cost to build versus a 3-story. The fire insurance is available and pretty reasonable for detached homes versus townhomes. We have the 3 very low 1-bedroom homes. City Ventures has moderate homes. And our homes will be priced about $130,000 for those 3 affordable units. We have a lot of parking, actually 11 more spaces than required. And we have more common open space with amenities. We also coordinated a seamless transition between the 2 projects, especially for the 30-foot road widening. Staff did an excellent job of presenting the proposed project. We have spent years working with them on various land plans and prototypes to find the most suitable project. To give you some context on how we got here, I'd like to share a brief project timeline. We were before you in January of 2023, and we got a unanimous approval for a pre-screen to upzone and change the general plan. Our first application was in May of 2024, and it included a 73-unit townhome project. And it actually preserved 3 of the oak trees. Unfortunately, with some site constraints, including the Ventura County Fire Department, limiting the number of homes to 60 and requiring a loop road, we had to change the product. And it also made saving those trees impossible. That issue was compounded by the recent fire insurance crisis, where our property was reclassified as a higher zone. So having detached homes makes that much more financeable and makes it more affordable for people to own a home. The final design utilized a state density bonus and added affordable units and was deemed complete in March. We had our neighborhood council meeting. They recommended approval on April 14th. And as you know, we were at Planning Commission on May 13th, just a few weeks ago, and they recommended approval with 1 condition. I'd also like to share some examples of how we incorporated feedback into our plans. The feedback from Neighborhood Council focused primarily on design of the 1-car garage, the affordable units. Working with our architect, we found the garages could have that 12-feet clearance that was required if the additional storage that we put in there for the homeowner was removed. We also increased the width of the garage door to accommodate larger SUVs and work trucks. Prior to the Planning Commission hearing, we spoke to Gary Bright, who's the property owner just to the south of us. He was concerned about limiting his access across the bridge, both ingress and egress. We explained to him that that would actually not be blocked, it would remain open, and his access would actually be improved by that 30-foot road all the way up to Los Angeles Avenue. At our Planning Commission hearing, staff recommended approval of but the commissioners support, and the commissioner, sorry. At the Planning Commission hearing, staff recommended approval, and the commissioners supported the project design. In a perfect world, they would prefer to preserve certain trees that are scheduled for removal. Ultimately, the commissioners recommended approval, but encouraged us to revisit the tree mitigation plan. While we are certainly sympathetic, unfortunately, the trees are located in an urban environment with T1 sandwiched between 2 new housing developments as contemplated by the city's long-term planning documents. When we started the project, we worked diligently to preserve the trees, but numerous site development constraints, like required fire access and circulation, changes to the fire severity map, grading, deep utilities, over-excavation, and soils compactness forced us to redesign the project and prioritize that safety. Both our project and the City Ventures project to the north were studied by Richard Campbell, the consulting arborist, and the city engaged Jordan and Bain, a third-party arborist, to peer review his findings. Also, the arborist addendum clarified that the trees are not in any protected tree database at the city or the county. The T1 tree is rated C- or below average. That's in both condition and health and aesthetics. The C- classification is a numerical equivalent of a 20%, and the arborist valued it at the tree at about $87,000. The arborist cites several features that contribute to its below average condition. Please bear with me, because I wish I had explained this more to the planning commissioners at the Planning Commission. The report has a note that says Bs. I read the report, I saw Bs, I didn't see anything about it. But in talking with our arborist, Bs is actually a big deal, maybe a term of art. The presence of Bs means the tree has internal decay or hollow spaces. Cavities can indicate compromised structural integrity. He also mentioned that there are broken branch scars. These are wounds left from branches that failed, typically as a result of a storm or limb failure. The tree also has major stem or competing as primary trunks, known as codominant scaffolds and trunks. Codominant trunks are one of the most common causes of catastrophic oak failure. As a result of major deadwood, another term of art, large dead branches are beginning to crack and detach, indicating advanced decline in portions of the canopy. This is a serious failure hazard. The tree also has a thinning canopy, one of the clearest indicators of declining vitality due to reduced photosynthesis. Water traps are also present. That's where water collects in cavities, causing poor drainage, hollowing, and structural compromise. Thanks for bearing with me on that. I learned a lot about trees. The condition of T41 is similar to T1, plus it has exudation stains indicating internal stress, a physical wound, or pest activity, and deep ground squirrel infestation, with burrows located directly beneath the root systems that deep stabilize and often kill trees. The other oak trees studied by the arborist were rated C+ and D. So unfortunately, protecting the trees in place is not a viable option. According to the civil engineer and arborist, deep utility trenches, grading, and over-excavation would undermine the tree's already fragile, below average condition. Removal is necessary to develop the project. Relocation is also not a viable option. Valley oaks are one of the hardest trees to relocate, and the roots are likely to extend 80 to 100 feet deep. Relocation of the tree is logistically and cost prohibitive, and the tree's survival rate is very low, less than 25%. A relocation attempt would actually set a Guinness Book World Record. I know that because I contacted a relocation company who actually has that record. Due to the removal of the trees, our project will pay $533,000 into the city's tree fund. Lastly, large overhang trees are a significant concern for property insurers and are closely scrutinized during the underwriting process. Carriers take a strict position on properties with overhang trees, and this condition can result in coverage restrictions, non-renewal, or just flat refusal to quote. But it's not all dour. There are community benefits. The project is intended to provide much-needed housing in multiple income levels while delivering long-term community benefits. The project will generate $1.45 million in fees, both impact fees and building permits, and over $150,000 in annual recurring revenue for the city. The project helps solve the housing crisis, not alone, but it helps. The 57 detached homes are designed to promote homeownership at an attainable price. Based on recent market research, Southern California and Simi Valley lack a detached product that fits between a townhome and a detached home. With this new development, Simi Valley will be in an enviable position, offering residents an attainable detached home they can't get anywhere else. These homes will likely qualify for FHA financing and low down payments. This additional housing can help teachers, healthcare workers, police, firefighters, younger families stay within the community rather than commuting from further away. The project includes 3 very low income restricted homes that promote homeownership at a price of $130,000. It's about $180 a square foot. There have not been any very low income new homes sold in the city in the last 20 years, and probably never. No homes have sold for 130 or less in the last 5 years. Only 5 homes under 1,000 feet have sold in the last 2 years. And those price ranges from $390,000 to $630,000. That's about 3 to 5 times more than the cost of our $130,000 homes. Oak Road is currently a substandard road. I think many of you have been out there. The neighborhood will benefit from a new 30-foot road that improves vehicular pedestrian safety. In fact, the project is required to install all improvements, including privately owned and maintained roadways. The project will not burden the city with new infrastructure costs, and the HOA will establish and maintain all improvements in perpetuity. The project completes a coordinated residential transition along Oak Road. When the City Council unanimously approved City Ventures project, it was understood that the project we designed to resolve several challenges, especially drainage. They incorporated a mechanical pump system, which is not necessarily the best practice. But City Council took comfort knowing that our project would take on that storm drain system and upsize it to accommodate the City Ventures project, which is what we did. The existing overhead utilities will be undergrounded as well. This eliminates the risk of utility-caused wildfires in a high fire zone and makes the neighborhood a safer environment for all residences. The whole city benefits from the easement for hiking and biking along the channel that promotes citywide connectivity in accordance with the Arroyo Simi specific plan. We have 2 large common areas that include a shade structure, a barbecue, picnic tables and benches, play amenities, and turf area. This includes 67,000 square feet of new landscaping, 161 new trees, including a coastal live oak tree. It's also nice to know that 95% of the homes have 3 or 4 bedrooms to serve a variety of residents and promote that modern work from home opportunities. As you can see, staff, the Neighborhood Council, and Planning Commission support the approval of the project. While no project's perfect, it is abundantly clear that the project has many benefits, all valued by the community. After a long planning process and thorough environmental review, we respectfully encourage city leadership to approve the project tonight so that we can bring the much-needed homes to the market as soon as possible. Thank you, Vance, for the consideration, and I'll be here for questions. I do have a couple consultants who want to say a few words, both our architect and land use council.
You have 6 seconds left on your time, so we can ask them questions and they can come up.
That's perfectly
You
fine.
did great on your 15 minutes, though. That was pretty good.
It felt longer.
So at this point in time, are there any questions from the council of the applicant? Councilmember Ayala, you're up first. Might as well stay up here. We're going to ask questions.
2 questions. Just so people, in case people haven't been out to the site, the T1 tree is actually in the backyard of an existing property. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so when you guys go, if you were to drive out there, someone actually lives there today, and this is the tree in their yard, and that person has sold their property to the developer, yes?
That's all true, except that we're under contract, so we control the property, but haven't closed that out.
As part of any of that sale, was there any condition that you needed to save the tree or anything like that?
No.
From that homeowner?
No, there's not.
And then the other question was, in your report, one of the letters you turned in, just for reference, it's on page 603. It's a very big staff report. You guys write that you would consider relocating 2 younger oak trees, T42 and T47. And I'm just looking for a clarification if considering means that you're actually going to do it.
That's a fair question. We were instructed to work with staff, our consultants, to figure out what was a possibility. that could be a possibility. The reason for that is those are smaller trees, that the caliper is a little smaller. They would actually have a higher survival rate. It's still not great, to be honest, but it's better than the two larger ones that are decaying in that below average condition. It's expensive, so I don't love it, but yeah, I think it is possible.
It's possible, or it's going to be done?
We would be willing to add that as a condition if that's what you're asking.
I would love that. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Litster?
Thank you for your report. A couple questions. That T1 tree, as I looked at it, it looks like the canopy is over both of your property and the property to the north that is being currently developed. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's right. But both the canopy, which obviously the top part, but also the roof structure, it tends to be about the same. If you were on the property, there's a pretty big basin. You can see the soils being treated and things being rolled, and it's pretty deep. It's hit the root structure already.
Well, and that was my concern, that I know that the other townhomes to the north that you've already started building and would have likely or compromised possibly some of that root structure, potentially.
That's right.
And somewhere I read they would have to they're going to cut the canopy back anyway for their project. I don't.
Yeah, it's a fairly tall tree, but they're building 3-story towns.
Right.
So yeah, they would probably need to trim that back. I think they would have to get a permission or a permit or something to do that. We haven't followed up on that. We haven't been reached out, but yeah, it's that tree sits pretty close to that property line. It does have a canopy that extends, and when you had the arborist go back out between Planning Commission and today, he did observe that. Not unfortunately, but you can't tell what the damage is for many years. But he says it's definitely caused damage.
Fair enough. Got it. Just a question about the southern portion, your property that extends, that goes on the other side of the wash or whatever.
The triangle piece.
That triangle piece, the water channel, I think is what they called it in the report.
It's channelized, so we call it channel. It's concrete on all sides and the bottom, so it's
got it. Okay.
It was a former arroyo.
Got it. Okay. It looked. Is there any? I know that's not part of this development. Is there? And there's a lovely beat up oak tree sitting there on that section. But is there anything that is being done to that piece of section, at least for aesthetic purposes, or is it just left natural?
I understand. So during the process, as I mentioned, the fire department limited our number of units on this portion of the property to 60. So we weren't able to do the 73 townhomes that were all market rate. We had to do 57 market rate and 3 affordable. So the idea is that the property gets rezoned to higher density, freeing up some additional units for that triangle piece. If and when we can get a secondary access or access from Oak Fern Court, which is a road just south of here. If we can come up and develop the triangle, we also have the property just south of the triangle under contract, but not the last one. There is one more property that sort of prevents access.
Got it.
We'd love to do another project there.
Understood. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rhodes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There were a couple of items that you cruised through that I thought were pertinent to why I think this is a good project. In the project to the north, one of the big concerns when they were trying to figure out how to put that many units in that place is they had to take the drainage and pump it uphill to then have it run down to the arroyo. And that just, they made it work. It was not a glorious solution. By working together with that developer and creating a situation where the water can run downhill naturally and drain through the property, it's not only looking out for what your project is, but for the entirety of the area, and so that's appreciated. And then the other part of the thing that you sort of glanced over is along that wash, that concrete arroyo, that you're dedicating land to be used in the arroyo project, where it can become part of the bike path and such. going through there and where that has been an obstacle in the past. And so I just want to make sure that that is part of your intent, is to have that easement.
Yes, we agreed to give the Arroyo Simi specific plan, Arroyo Simi Rancho Summit? What is it?
Greenway?
Greenway. About a 10-foot easement along the southern edge of the channel, so they could connect, east and west, and then hopefully to the rest of the city. We've been working on the project for so long, that was a big deal in the beginning, and then kind of went away, and then it came back. So we're happy it's back. I'm glad it's going to connect through. And yeah, going back to your other point, the City Ventures project had a bubbler system, and so they were what they call kind of bucking grade. They were allowing the pump to go from the west side to the east side, and then sheet flow down the road or whatever's really there, and until a more permanent solution came, which is us. So we have a much larger storm drain, and instead of having the water go west to east or easterly, it gets picked up from their property and goes right to the channel.
Excellent. And having been at that the north property after a rain, that's a good thing.
You had a lot of faith in approving the project and hoping that we'd be here tonight. Appreciate that.
And then just the final comment on the trees. I appreciate your sensitivity to having wanted to design around them in the first place, and having visited the site today and seeing the root structure of T1 already potentially compromised and what you're going to have to do to grade in order to build. Those aren't going to make it. Personally, I think the other remaining oaks, if you participated in the mitigation program, which is to contribute to the tree fund and plant your own trees and so on, I wouldn't make a condition of approval being to relocate the other oak trees on the property.
Thank you. I just wanted to say one comment. Former council member Barbara Williamson was on the council when we started the Arroyo Greenway Beltway, so I'm sure she's very happy with this easement. And then my question was, if he does save the 2 trees, does that lower his fee to us for the tree mitigation? Sorry.
Doesn't have to.
Technically,
It's whatever we negotiate,
that's
sorry.
correct. If the relocated trees fail, then there is a possibility they would have to mitigate after the fact.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. So any other questions, concerns from the dais? No? So thank you. At this time, are there any members of the public wishing to be heard on this subject?
Madam Mayor, we do have speaker cards for public testimony.
Thank you. We can begin.
Heather Moss.
She's right here.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, Mr. Argyrife, and Mr. Ford. My name is Heather Moss. I'm a longtime Simi Valley resident and member of the business community. I'm here in opposition of the Oak Road South project, the developer's latest request to increase the zoning density to high-density residential, and its plans to destroy the beautiful oak trees that call Oak Road their home. The developer, Century Property Group, has abandoned its original proposal and now seeks to remove 52 of the 53 trees, including mature valley oaks and other healthy, significant trees. These majestic valley oaks are estimated to be between 100 and 500 years old. Trees identified as T41 and T1 may be among Simi Valley's oldest living indigenous residents. They stand on Oak Road, a street named after them. These trees are entitled to protection under Simi Valley's Tree Preservation Ordinance. Simi Valley Municipal Code Section 9-80.020 protects mature native oak trees and mature trees on land facing development proposals. Chapter 9-38 requires developers to preserve mature, healthy trees through thoughtful and creative site planning. Instead of complying with these protections, this developer plans to clear-cut the site with no regard for the trees or the legal protections they are afforded. In 2023, Developer Sal Provenza requested a zoning change from immediate to moderate density residential by presenting a project that specifically promised preservation of the mature oak trees. He assured our city council the trees would be preserved, incorporated into the design, and featured near on-site pocket parks. The rendering and photos of similar projects prominently depicted mature trees as central figures of the project's open space design. Fast forward to today, the developers reveal a dramatically different high-density proposal. They now seek to remove the mature oak trees they previously promised to preserve while reducing the open space and setbacks they once bragged about, and demand another increase in density to overbuild on the site. The current plan makes no effort to preserve these protected trees or employ the creative site planning required by our local ordinances. With the exception of Mr. Ayala, each of you heard Mr. Provenza's assurances firsthand in 2023. The City Council unanimously approved Century's past requested density zoning change with the developer's representations that at least 3 mature oak trees would be preserved. Now the developer has abandoned that promise, refusing to comply with our tree protection laws, and is requesting another zoning change to high-density residential after previously promising to keep the fabric of the community, to use his own words, with less density than surrounding projects. Another false promise. The developer's arborist report omits discussion of the tree's ages, historical significance, and preservation value, the very characteristics that make these vintage oak trees irreplaceable. These trees provide immeasurable environmental and community benefits. They support wildlife, provide shade, reduce noise and wind impacts, and contribute to the environmental character and history of Simi Valley. They are a living link to our city's past. I respectfully ask that you deny the Oak Road South proposal and require the developer to comply with Simi Valley's tree protection laws by preserving and incorporating these mature trees into a revised proposal. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Michael Shaw.
Good evening again, a little better this time, and I won't take up 5 minutes. But I'm Michael Shaw, and I'm from Santa Susana, and I grew up right around where this project is being talked about. And I just want to remind you all that, and I'm all for the oak trees, but this particular development is going to give us places where first-time home buyers are going to maybe have a chance at home ownership. I think this development is something that we're going to need to look at more often than not at different places around Simi. But for now, I couldn't think of a better place because that area before has always been, blight's not the right word, but it's just always been a little problematic with what goes on with the property. Now we have a responsible developer. The surrounding density is kind of right in line with what they're talking about. And certainly, just the issue of home ownership and brand new homes at that price range. So I think we need it, and I'm talking in favor of it. And again, thanks you guys for listening.
Thanks, Mr. Shaw.
Barbara Williamson.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh, and members of the council. My name is Barbara Williamson, and I have been a resident of this community for 54 years. I am writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed development of the removal of the 300-year-old heritage oak on the property under discussion tonight. This 300-year-old oak, referred to as T1, is a living treasure that predates the birth of George Washington and the American Revolution. Replacing such a tree with 20 or 30 saplings is not a comparable solution, as they will not reach the same stature within our lifetime or of our children or grandchildren. The city of Temecula has a coastal oak reaching the age of 5,000 years. I'm concerned that the developer is unfamiliar with our community. Century Property Group out of Irvine is being permitted to disregard our longstanding oak tree ordinance. This ordinance has been in place since the city's incorporation, and ignoring it for the sake of this project shows a lack of respect for our local history and environment. While I recognize the inclusion of affordable housing units in this project, we must consider the permanent cost of losing these magnificent trees. I urge the council to require the developer to work with staff to redesign the project in a way that it preserves these heritage oaks. Once they're removed, they cannot be replaced. I believe that the developer is talking about the HOAs and having these trees affect their dues is truly not even something that should be discussed in their project. This decision is in your hands, and I'm hoping you'll make the right decision and make them go back, like the Planning Commission suggested, and redesign this project. Those trees are very important. We'll never get them back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson.
Dave Chadwick?
Good evening. Oh, push this up a little bit. My name is Dane Chadwick, and I'm a 39-year resident of Simi and a 38-year real estate professional, and I approve this project, and I'm in favor of this project, and I hope you will approve it. A lot of great points have been brought up about this development, and I am, like most, sensitive to our trees and our surroundings. But one thing I have noticed, being that I lived and have lived a mile away from this project, are the surrounding businesses. And the businesses and the shopping centers around this really need, I think, the revenue of the families being that they struggle. I've seen the businesses come and go from the Vaughn Shopping Center, from the Carl's Jr. Shopping Center, from the shopping center right there where the 7-Eleven and Omega Sushi is, where you have the other shopping center where you've got the hairdresser, the nail salon. Well, those businesses have come and gone all around them. And so I just think having City Ventures, the 72 units, the 60 units here, is going to bring new blood, new cash, new life to an area that really needs, I think, the revenue and the commercial business. So, and I also think it's a great product just for new homeowners. I struggle all the time trying to find people properties that they can afford, and so they can stay with their families in Simi Valley. And that's hard to do. Most people, including my own daughter, had to leave the city of Simi and find housing elsewhere. So seeing a price point of this low housing and the way this is designed, I think it's just fantastic. So I hope you approve it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick.
Mayor, that was the last speaker.
Thank you very much. Does staff desire to respond to any comments or the issues that have been raised?
Sure. With regard to the surrounding density, so we did prepare this exhibit showing the surrounding density. The project site is 13.4 units per acre. The townhomes under construction are 19.39 acres per unit, and the mobile homes around there are, around 10 to 10.42 units per acre, and the apartments are 24 to 35. So it fits in with the surrounding development. So that's one question. With regard to the,
I'm sorry, are you saying that the 13.4 will be, if this is approved, will be what the density is for that acreage? Is that what you're saying,
correct,
Lauren?
yes,
Okay,
that's the density for the site.
just wanted me to understand. Okay, thank you.
With regard to the tree ordinance, we did review it for compliance with the ordinance. This is the section of the ordinance that addresses guidelines for trees associated with urban development. Just a couple of key items that are mentioned here is healthy trees, and the city is supposed to work with the developer to, where practical, to preserve healthy trees. But it's also understood that healthy trees may sometimes conflict with normal land development considerations, such as proper circulation, drainage, grading, health, and safety. So as the developer demonstrated and the city staff vetted, certain things like the fire department loop road conflicts with the location of the bigger oak trees, and as such, that's why staff is okay with the trees being removed for life and safety purposes.
Thank you. Does the applicant desire to have any rebuttal to any of the comments? Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions from the City Council? Councilmember Rhodes.
Yeah, just one question. A statement was made that these were 300-year-old trees. Has there been any dating on these trees that we know of?
There has not been any dating because according to arborists, the only way to really date a tree like this is to drill all the way into it and pull out the core samples. So that was not done.
Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you. I just want to address a few of the concerns that community members have brought to my attention or through the meeting. There was the original plan that had the tree in them, and at that time they were attached townhomes. And so the new plan, the reason there's no trees is because it's a whole different layout based upon the fire department having different restrictions and things like that. So it wasn't, I don't want the community to think it was like a bait and switch. It was actually requirements that had to redesign that piece of it. I also wanted to, community members have brought up that the arborist was actually contracted by the developer. That was also a concern when I heard that. But I just want everyone to know that the report is then peer reviewed by city staff as well. And so it's not just a one-sided thing. We also take a look at that to make sure that we are in agreement with what happened as well. People have also talked about possible Indian remnants there, and to mediate that, there is a Fernandino Tatavian band of Mission Indians are actually going to monitor the excavation of the site. And if something is found, there will be a stop order at that time to be able to mitigate and things like that. So I just want people to understand that too. And then I just want to talk about the quick impact of this for the affordable housing pieces. And Mr. Shaw actually brought this, alluded to this a little bit. These are going to be, and I said 140,000, you said 130, I said $140,000. Even if we took an interest rate right now, that's, let's say 6.5%, which is reasonable. That's an $822 a month mortgage. With all HOA taken into consideration and taxes and fees, insurance, that'd be about $1,372, $1,372. On Zillow, as of the other day, there are 8 homes or condos in Simi Valley around the same square footage of these, one bedroom. They range between $369,000 and $459,000. So these affordable units are $200,000 less than what you can find in our community. And so I wish it was more, meaning more units, but there's at least 3. And I talked to a couple of community members who actually fit into this category. And I asked them about the tree and the homes and all of those things. And they both hated the idea of taking down the tree. But one person said, she said, Joseph, she said, people think that ownership is overrated. She said, but I've never had a chance to own anything in my life. And as I live in my apartment, at any time, someone could say they're raising my rent. Someone can say you have 60 days to move out for any reason. Someone could say we're selling the building. And she says, then where would I go? I live with this over my head. And so the ability to have the impact, even if it's just for the 3 families, and as someone came up and said, this might be the model that we need to use going forward. I think we really have to keep that in front of mind. And the last thing I'll say is the Planning Commission did talk about that condition of working to move forward while looking at T1, the Tree 1. And what has happened since that time, which the Planning Commission did not have, was the supplemental arborist report that came out afterwards, where they re-looked at T1 with 3 different options of keeping it in place, relocating it on site, and relocating it off site. And what they found was none of those options are viable because of the health of the tree. So as much as I love that tree, I was talking to someone today, and I told her that I took my daughter out there to look at the tree because she used to go to Phoenix Ranch, which is in the same area. And we parked there, and she said, that would make a perfect tree house. And it really would. It's an amazing tree. But the health of the tree is, whether we keep it there or not, it's not a healthy tree. And so for the sake of the affordable housing piece, for the sake of, making it affordable for people to live, even though I really wish we could keep the tree, I'm going to support this project.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
I wanted to thank everyone for their thoughtful comments and for this discussion this evening. I want to thank this developer because my sense is that they tried to honor the initial plan that was presented to us several years ago that would preserve these trees. And my discussions looks like that you tried that any way you could, and basically it wasn't. It didn't make fire department overruled that in terms of needing secondary access, et cetera, and so we'll partially blame them for some of these changes. But we like you anyway. I don't want you to take it personal. I'm sure you weren't the one having the negotiation. But actually, I just wanted to thank the developer because in the conversation and just even some of the correspondence that we received, it's clear that you have collaborated with the developer to the north. You've had discussions with the resident to the south of your property and some of his concerns about access to his property and ways to try to mitigate his concerns there. You've worked with access, pumping. I mean, there just seems to be a myriad of ways that you have worked with the community to make this best for everyone. And so I want to thank you for that. And even we even received a letter from the person who was selling property and appreciated your working with them and was in support of your thoughtfulness. And so I thought that was very positive. I do think, and I just wanted to make sure, basically this is a hearing to decide if we want to increase the density, and I would say that it is very, what they're asking is reasonable given what is surrounding, and it makes sense. And so that I don't think is unreasonable in their request. So I just want to conclude with this homage to the Oak Road name. Obviously, it's named Oak Road. There's something about that area and oak trees that are very important. And so as I looked at the oak trees, I understand why what you want to develop means that they can't all be saved. And I believe there are 6 oak trees on that property. One will stay with certainty because it's south, even though it's the gnarliest looking of all of them, just saying. But you mentioned the possibility of maybe taking the 2 that are youngest and in the best condition and boxing them, putting them aside, and putting them in the 2 park or the outdoor areas. And I would very much like that. I think that would I know it's an additional expense to you, but I think that would show that your desire is there to preserve, your desire is to recognize this Oak Road name. And so anyway, I just would encourage you, if there's a way to make that happen, I think that would be excellent. But I just, again, want to say thank you for the sensitivity you've had with this project.
Thank you. Councilmember Rhodes.
I was just waiting for you to close the hearing, and I'll make the motion.
This hearing is now closed. I will now entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I would like to move that option 2 in our staff report, in light of the marginal health of tree T1, I move to introduce ordinance 1371 approving zone change number Z-S-2024-0003, adopt resolution number 2026-20 approving general plan amendment number GPA-2024-0001, plan development permit number PD-S-2024-0005, and tentative map number TT-2024-0004, a determination that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and adopt resolution number 2026-21 approving the affordable housing agreement number AHA-2024-0003.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 7, the consent calendar. And there are 4 resolutions for your consideration this evening. Consent item 12, resolution number 2026-18, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley establishing an appropriations limit for fiscal year 2026-27. Consent item 13, resolution number 2026-22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley calling and giving notice of the holding of a general municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 3, 2026, and to request the Board of Supervisors of the County of Ventura to consolidate this general municipal election with the statewide general election to be held on the same date pursuant to Section 10403 of the Elections Code, and resolution number 2026-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley requesting the Board of Supervisors of Ventura County to permit the county elections official to render services to the city for the general municipal election to be held on the day of the statewide general election. And consent item 14, resolution number 2026-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley acting in its capacity as the legislative body of Community Facilities District number 2004-1 of the City of Simi Valley Town Center Project, authorizing the levy of a special tax for fiscal year 2026-27.
Thank you. Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If nobody wants anything pulled, I move consent.
Second.
Call for the vote? Okay, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
That's the fastest we've ever done on a consent calendar that big, so thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 8A, second reading of ordinance number 1370, amending the Simi Valley Municipal Code Z-S-2025-0006 to allow short-term rentals in residential zones, a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1370, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley, Municipal Code Amendment Z-S-2025-0006 to regulate short-term rentals in residential zones, and a determination that the amendments are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Litzer, is that from before? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Litzer.
Thank you. I recognize this is a second reading. Generally, second readings are perfunctory, but I wanted to just bring up a couple of Todd Taylor's comments that he made with questions, and whether, and maybe this is a question for our attorney, possibly. One of his issues, he said that by restricting parking to on-site parking, it was basically if I understood him, his argument was that it was creating disparity between what we require of long-term renters and short-term renters, that normally they have access to the road, et cetera, in front. And so I guess I'm looking for legal advice. Is there any reason that it would be deemed too restrictive to have something of this nature?
I don't believe it's too restrictive at all, and I believe that we can set those kind of restrictions on short-term vacation rentals. And I'll also say if we make any modifications now to it, we would have to go back to a first reading.
Understood. Okay.
I would just make a comment that in other states where I've stayed in an STR, they had that rule in place that specifically when we went to rent it, in that agreement, it said you must be able to park on the driveway and not on the street. And
Fair.
that was part of the ordinance there.
Fair enough. And maybe just one more question, and I don't know if he also raised the question of inspections that they occur annually. Okay. Do we see that as an unreasonable burden?
I don't believe so. I think what it will do is ensure that the health and safety of the rental is continuing to be met and that it is continuing to meet the guidelines that the council has set.
And I'll go even further. There are some public entities that do inspections even more routine than that. So having it yearly ensures that, they're not allowing it to become dilapidated and still renting it out.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Any other comments or concerns from the council? If not, I'm open to a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to adopt the ordinance number 1370. Sorry, is that the right one? Hang on a second.
It is 1370.
It is, right? Yeah. So there we go.
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, next on the agenda is item 9A, Affordable Housing Agreement between the City of Simi Valley and Affordable Housing Land Consultants, LLC, AHA-2025-0002, for the proposed Tapple Street Apartments located at 2267 Tapple Street. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2026-17, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving an affordable agreement, AHA-2025-0002, with Affordable Housing Land Consultant, LLC, a California limited liability company, for the development of a 240-unit apartment complex, including 238 affordable units to be reserved for very low-income and low-income households located at 2267 Tapple Street. And Management Analyst Daniel Franco is here to present this item.
Thank you, Daniel. You may proceed.
Good evening, Mayor Kavanaugh and members of the City Council. Tonight, staff is presenting an affordable housing agreement for the proposed Tapple Street Apartments located at 2267 Tapple Street. This project will provide 240 apartment units, which will include 238 affordable units and 2 manager units. The item before you also includes authorization for administrative approval by the city manager for an ownership transfer and approval of an amended and restated affordable housing agreement to accommodate the project's financing structure and construction loan closing schedule. As mentioned, the proposed development consists of 240 apartment units. Of those units, 48 units will be reserved for very low-income households earning up to 50% of the AMI. 190 units will be reserved for low-income households earning up to 60% of the AMI, and 2 units will serve as manager units. All affordable units will remain income restricted for a period of 55 years. This represents a significant affordable housing investment within the community and contributes toward addressing local housing needs. The city received the Affordable Housing Agreement application on June 23, 2025. The applicant is AMG and Associates, with Affordable Housing Land Consultants, LLC, serving as the current property owner. The project site is located within the mixed-use land use designation and the TAPO Mixed Use or TMU district of the envisioned Simi Valley specific plan. The applicant has previous experience developing affordable housing projects within Simi Valley, including the Alamo Street Apartments project approved by the City Council in 2020. The project financing relies on a combination of tax-exempt bonds and federal tax credits. The project has received an allocation of approximately $55 million in qualified private activity bonds through the California Municipal Finance Authority. In addition, the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee awarded approximately $5.57 million annually in federal tax credits for 10 years. The city is not providing any financial assistance for this project. The applicant is utilizing several state housing laws that facilitate affordable housing development. The project qualifies for ministerial approval under Assembly Bill 1397 because it is located on a housing element site and provides affordable housing. The project is also protected under the Housing Accountability Act because all affordable units serve lower income households. Additionally, because the project provides 100% affordable housing, excluding the manager units, it qualifies for the maximum density bonus under state density bonus law. As part of that process, the applicant has requested 3 concessions and 5 waivers. The applicant has informed the city that ownership of the property will be transferred prior to construction loan closing. To accommodate this transaction, staff is requesting authorization for the city manager to administratively approve and execute an assignment and assumption agreement, transferring the affordable housing agreement to the new ownership entity, 2267 Tapo Street Ground Owner LP. The amended and restated affordable housing agreement incorporates provisions related to assignment rights, organizational restructuring, and liability allocation between the current and future owner entities. Because financing deadlines occur before the next scheduled City Council meeting, staff is recommending administrative approval authority to ensure all documents can be executed and recorded in time. Staff is recommending 3 actions. First, approve the affordable housing agreement between the city and Affordable Housing Land Consultants, LLC. Second, authorize the city manager to approve and execute the assignment and assumption agreement, transferring the affordable housing agreement to the incoming ownership entity, 2267 Tapo Street Ground Owner LP. And third, authorize the city manager to execute an amended and restated affordable housing agreement that reflects the ownership transfer and related financing requirements. These actions will ensure the project can proceed without delays that could jeopardize funding. This concludes the presentation, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
Thank you. Any council members have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Litzer?
I just want to understand, so we're being asked to approve 3 different steps that often are, it's unusual maybe to all be done on at the same time.
That's right.
What stopped this from being spread out through the normal course of, I don't know, why is it being done with such haste, I guess? Can you help me understand?
Right, yeah, so the reason for why we brought all 3 items tonight is because the applicant has stated that they need to have these approvals before June 18th in order to secure their financing for the project. So typically, like you mentioned, we would approve one item first, right, the affordable housing agreement, and then at a later meeting, we would do the subsequent transfers. But due to the June 18th deadline that the applicant has is why we're trying to do all 3 at once.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Before we have a motion, I do need to disclose one thing. When the applicant was here prior with the Tapo Alamo project, my employer had a relationship which I oversaw with him. I no longer oversee that relationship, so I do not have to recuse myself this time. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. He doesn't even know who I am, so it's okay.
And I'll add one other thing, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Litster, to answer your question, is that the transfer itself, it would require city council approval. So even if we went through the AHA, which city council has to approve, we couldn't get to the next step without council member approval, and our next meeting would be on the 22nd. So the 18th is apparently according to the owner when they would need to get this done, which is what explains the rush in dates.
Okay.
Questions, concerns, comments from the council? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I'm willing to make that motion. Let me pull it up so I'm accurate. I move that we adopt resolution number 2026-17, approving the Affordable Housing Agreement, HA 2025-0002, Attachment B, for the development of the Tapo Street Apartments located at 2267 Tapo Street pursuant to Ministerial Planned Development Permit Number PDS 2025-0007, and move to authorize the city manager to administratively approve and execute the assignment and assumption of the Affordable Housing Agreement, HA 2025-0002, Attachment C, to 2267 Tapo Street Ground Owner LP, and thirdly, to authorize the city manager to administratively approve and execute the amended and restated Affordable Housing Agreement for the development of the Tapo Street Apartments located at 2267 Tapo Street pursuant to Ministerial Planned Development Permit Number PDS 2025-007.
I will second.
Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. It'll be just a moment. We're pulling up the presentation.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9B, adoption of resolutions placing a ballot proposition on the November 3, 2026 ballot that, if approved by a majority of voters, would increase the city's transient occupancy tax, TOT, rate from 10% to 12%, requesting the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the ballot proposition, establishing requirements for ballot arguments, and approval of the contract for election services and supplies with the County of Ventura, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract. The reading of the resolutions is as follows. Resolution number 2026-25, a resolution requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Ventura to add a ballot proposition to the previously consolidated general municipal election to be held on November 3, 2026, with the general election to be held on that date pursuant to Elections Code 10403. Resolution number 2026-26, a resolution directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the proposition authorizing amendment of the transient occupancy tax to fund general municipal services. Resolution number 2026-27, a resolution establishing requirements for the ballot arguments filed with the city clerk to be included with voter information for the general election on November 3, 2026. And resolution number 2026-30, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley requesting the Board of Supervisors of Ventura County to permit the county elections official to render services to the city for a TOT ballot measure for the previously consolidated general municipal election to be held on the day of the statewide general election. And Assistant City Manager Luis Garibay is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight for your consideration is the potential placement of a ballot proposition tied to the city's transient occupancy tax, or TOT, on the November 2026 general election ballot. At the June 2025 City Council retreat, the City Council discussed a series of priorities and goals intended to guide future policy decisions. One of the options identified for further consideration was evaluating a TOT increase. For those, a little background just on TOT. TOT is assessed to those staying at short-term lodging, hotels and other short-term lodging. The city right now, there's a 10% TOT rate, which generates approximately $2.1 million a year to the city's general fund. And the TOT rate actually has not been touched in over 30 years. In addition to the TOT rate, a lot of areas add additional assessments that are used to fund tourism marketing efforts and programs. For example, here in Simi Valley, as most of you know or can recall, the city included a 2% assessment to help fund this Visit Simi Valley programs. As you can see by comparison with the other Ventura County cities of similar size, Simi Valley, when you take the TOT rate and the additional assessment rates, we actually rank towards the bottom, which is a good thing. What staff is asking or requesting direction from the council is the placement of a ballot proposition on the November 2026 general election that would increase the TOT rate from 10% to 12%. To provide some perspective, if you're staying at a hotel and the average room night is $175, it would add about $3.50 per night to your bill. If passed by local voters, a simple majority, 50% plus one, would be needed. And if passed, the city estimates that it would bring in approximately $400,000 additionally on an annual basis. Staff worked closely with the city attorney's office to craft the proposed ballot statement language, which you see in front of you here. If council decides to move forward, then this is exactly how it would appear on the official ballot. So to better understand kind of what the community's perspective would be and kind of the appetite of supporting a potential increase of the TOT rate, the city contracted with True North Research to conduct a survey. Based on the survey sampling and design, the survey was administered to 508 likely voters here in Simi Valley. Based on the sampling design, the consultant indicated that only 500 actual surveys would be needed to get a valid sample size. When the ballot statement was presented to likely voters initially, basically reaching out and providing the information that was on the previous slide, 63% were in support of the proposed TOT increase, 23 were in oppose, and the rest were in a not sure or preferred not to answer category. The survey was then presented, included a series of both positive and negative statements that reflected what the potential arguments could be for both sides of the argument, both for and against the proposition, and then asked again after a series of other questions where they stood on the ballot, the proposed ballot initiative. And as you can see, 61% remained in support, 24% were opposed, and the rest were still in that not sure or preferred not to answer category. Just as a reminder, for this type of measure to pass, only a simple majority vote, 50% plus one, would be needed to pass. As you can see, based on the survey, the way the survey was designed, the consultant feels confident in terms of the margin of error only being 4.3% with a 95% confidence level. Some of the additional TOT revenue, if this moves forward, would be used to help maintain general city services, much like improving and repairing our roads, public safety, essential city services, especially with volatile funding sources like the Meals on Wheels program, where whether we have enough funding this year or not, it changes programs that are funded through state funds or other federal means that are volatile, that this would help offset some of those costs. And then, of course, to continue funding efforts to support and increase tourism and film in here in Simi Valley. As council made very clear, those are both very high priorities for the city. So some of the funding would be used to support those programs and continue to grow to increase tourism to the community. Just a couple additional notes worth mentioning. The deadline to file in order to get on the November 2026 election is June 29th. This would require a 4/5 majority vote from the city council, not just a simple majority in order to move forward. There is a cost that's also associated with this, which would be estimated at about $78,000 to add it. And again, in order for the proposition to pass, a majority vote of the people would be needed with this, which is 50% plus one. Again, it's important to note that tonight we're going to be asking for a few actions from the council, but the vote that the council is making or deciding is not for the tax itself. It's just simply to place this proposition on the ballot to give the voters an opportunity to vote to see if it's something they want to continue with or not. And then if approved in November, after the council certifies the election, which is usually that first meeting in December, the new TOT rate would be effective 110 days after that, which is going to be approximately on April 1st. That's not a joke, just happy sense. So here's the fun part. So there's several actions that council would need to make in order to move this forward. The first one is passing a resolution to place the ballot to place the proposition on the ballot. Also to request the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the TOT ballot proposition, to prepare a resolution to provide the requirements for ballot arguments that are going to be included in the voter information guide, as the city clerk also mentioned, to work with the county to have them provide the services needed for the general election, and then to authorize the city manager to execute the, I really need my eyes checked, authorize the city manager to execute the required contracts in order to move forward with this action. With that, staff is recommending, based on the early direction provided to staff, and in the creation of the focus area goals for this year, that City Council adopt these resolutions by a 4/5 majority vote. Staff is available and happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions of staff or comments they would like to make?
I'd be happy to make a motion.
Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move to adopt the resolutions as presented in items 1 through 4 in the packet and approve the contract for election services and supplies with the County of Ventura and authorize the city manager to execute the contract.
Before I take a second, Mayor Pro Tem Litzer wanted to say something.
I just wanted to quickly just go on the record. I think there should be a little bit of discussion, understanding, in case it's not clear, I felt. First of all, I wanted to thank Ms. Abala for an interesting statistic that she provided that supposedly our room rates are $49 below our neighbors, and that's I found that an interesting statistic. Obviously, we don't control what hotels charge, nor do we necessarily control whether they choose to improve and upgrade. But I found that an interesting statistic. And I just wanted to go on the record that I think I concur with my colleagues that I do not desire to increase tax on any of our residents. And what is unique about this, of course, is that it is paid by those who are visiting our community, and it's not out of line with our neighbors in any way. And so I think that bears stating. And I just thought it obviously it provides support for city services, which are desperately needed, and so I could see that as a value for people coming to visit, would appreciate some of the improvements that it could help support. And I thought it was very interesting that polling supported that our residents support this. And so for those reasons, I think I would support the motion that was just made. But I just wanted to go on the record of having made those comments. That's all.
Second.
Councilmember Ayala would also like to make comments.
Just very quickly. The survey also showed that the majority of people surveyed wanted the money to go to public safety and infrastructure, meaning streets and roads. And so that is what's great. What would be nice about this is a continuous funding stream. It's not one-time dollars. So this is money we can continuously count on year over year to be able to invest in those services. The second thing, and Luis mentioned this briefly, but just so people understand the true impact of it, I had stayed at the courtyard here a few months back because there was a leak in the house and we had to get it dried out just in one of the rooms. And when I looked back at the receipt just yesterday, and if we had increased it to 12%, I would have had to pay an additional $3.98. I then went to the Holiday Inn Express for the online right now for the middle of the summer, thinking that would be the highest priced, and I did it for a Saturday night, which is typically the most expensive. If we increased it from 10% to 12%, someone would pay an additional $4.26 per night. So I just want to let everyone know what the true impact was from doing this, so that people would understand what, from a dollar perspective, what it is. And again, this is just to put it on the ballot. We all have a few months to talk to our neighbors. When you go on vacation this summer, look at your bill, check to see, what would the true impact be? And I think you would find it's very minimal for each person, but a very big impact for our community and for the essential services that we have to provide. Thank you.
Thank you. And not to be facetious, but we're not charging a resort fee. So that's part of it. But we do have a first, we do have a second, so call for the vote, please.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, next item on the agenda is item 9C, review and approval of the fiscal year 2026-27 budget, approval of the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 2026-27 to fiscal year 2030-31, approval of the fiscal year 2026-27 transit budget and program of projects, and adoption of resolutions. The reading of the resolutions is as follows. Resolution number 2026-28, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley authorizing the filing of applications with the Federal Transit Administration and Operating Administration of the United States Department of Transportation for federal transportation assistance authorized by Title 49 United States Code Chapter 53 and for any Title 23 United States Code and other federal statutes administered by the Federal Transit Administration. And resolution number 2026-29/WWD-306/SA-15/PL-40, a joint resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley, Boards of Directors of Ventura County Waterworks District Number 8, successor agency to the City of Simi Valley Community Development Agency, and Board of Trustees for the Simi Valley Library, approving the fiscal year 2026-27 annual budget and the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 2026-27 to fiscal year 2030-31. And Deputy Administrative Services Director Johanna Medrano and Administrative Services Director Carolyn Johnson are here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I am pleased to once again present the proposed annual budget for fiscal year 26-27 and the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years 26-27 through fiscal year 30-31. The proposed plan outlines a $283 million investment to maintain essential services, support public safety, and advance the City Council's goals as set forth in the Pillars of Excellence for our residents, businesses, and the community. The item before you this evening is for the City Council to consider, for City Council's considerations include the approval of the Simi Valley Transit fiscal year 26-27 program of projects, the review and approval of the fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget and 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years 26-27 through 2030-31, and the adoption of the resolution for the Federal Transit Administration and the annual budget and 5-year CIP. This evening, we will provide a brief overview of the budget process, touch on key fiscal policies for the city's general fund, discuss the state of the economy and strategic priorities, recap last year's general fund revenues and expenditure performance, look at the current fiscal year and how the general fund is expected to end, and review the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget, including economic trends, budget assumptions, and funding augmentation requests. We will also outline the 5-year capital improvement program and review the proposed budgets for the city's 3 enterprise funds. And lastly, we will highlight key accomplishments achieved through the current budget. So what is the budget? The annual budget is an essential policy document that outlines where residents' tax dollars will go and how they will work to support services, infrastructure, and projects that matter most to our community. The annual budget is a tool for communicating those goals to the public with core operations and services that will be provided to accomplish them and what they cost. It is important to know not only what they cost, but also how the city plans to pay for them. Throughout every stage of preparing the annual budget, the city monitors revenues and expenditure trends. Insights from economic reports and financial data at all levels are incorporated into our projections to present a structurally balanced budget for the upcoming fiscal year, and more importantly, one that can be sustained beyond. So why do we prepare the budget? The budget provides a framework to maximize the cost of public services with available resources. It is a vehicle for the City Council to appropriate funds and authorize city staff to expend those funds for public services. And it's a financial roadmap to guide and ensure public services throughout the year. Our budget process spans over a 6-month period, commencing in December of each year. In December, during the initial budget development phase, departments evaluated operational needs, reviewed existing programs, identified staffing and equipment requirements, and assess service priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. In March, the departments met with the city manager to review budget requests and funding priorities. At this time, the city manager evaluated revenue projections, expenditure trends, staffing needs, capital improvement priorities, economic conditions and forecasts, and long-term fiscal stability. This resulted in the proposed budget document and 5-year capital improvement plan. The document was prepared for publication, and on May 21st, a public budget meeting was held to give the community an opportunity to review and discuss the proposed budget prior to adoption. This brings us to the final step for the budget process, which is tonight's City Council adoption of the fiscal year 26-27 budget. Next, we will review the policies that guide the city's budget process. On August 2025, the City Council formally adopted the fiscal year 25-26 focus area goals. The goals are organized under the city's 6 pillars of excellence: fiscal stability, economic vitality, public safety, thriving community, excellent city government, and reliable infrastructure. These goals serve as a guiding compass for decision-making and long-term planning. Together, the budget and the City Council goals ensure that fiscal priorities remain aligned with community needs, strategic objectives, and the city's long-term vision. We'll now turn to the general fund, the city's primary operating fund, and the policies that support its fiscal stability. Monies from the general fund come from numerous sources. The city of Simi Valley's largest general fund revenue source are property tax and sales tax. 14 cents of every dollar you pay in property tax goes to the city's general fund. Sales tax, the second largest revenue source, comes from every dollar spent on local attractions, dining, and shopping. The city still has the lowest sales tax rate in the state at only 7.25%. 1% of that 7.25%, or 1 penny of every dollar you spend, comes back to the city in sales tax revenue. The general fund is the least restrictive and can be used to fund important government services such as public safety and street maintenance, as well as departmental operating costs. When budgeting for the general fund, the city's fiscal policies state that the city will maintain a prudent general fund reserve balance for emergencies and catastrophic events as established by our City Council at 17% of budgeted general fund expenditures. Financial policy also states that the city will adopt and maintain a structurally balanced budget, meaning that our ongoing operating revenues meet or exceed our operating expenditures. At the close of the fiscal year, remaining unassigned funds will be available for consideration by the council for one-time use. Looking more closely at our year-end surplus, the City Council adopted a year-end general fund surplus policy in 2022 to preserve a healthy and appropriate general fund balance, while using surplus funds for one-time investments in the community. At the end of each fiscal year, the City Council may reinvest surplus dollars if the city ended the year with a general fund surplus, the 17% prudent reserve is fully funded, and the unassigned fund balances exceed 30% of the annual operating cost. Once those three key fiscal targets are met, the policy states that the year-end general fund surplus dollars can be reassigned to three funds: 40% towards the infrastructure fund to support roads, buildings, equipment, and other capital needs; 40% to the retirement investment fund to help pay down long-term pension and retiree medical obligations; and 20% to the contingency fund, which is capped at $2 million, that covers unplanned or emergency one-time costs. Decisions on how best to spend the money will be brought back to the City Council for consideration at a later date. During the budget process, the money will be placed into these three separate accounts so that they are earmarked for future consideration. Looking at the general fund's economic outlook and forecast, we will recap last year's budget. The fiscal year 24-25 budget was developed during a period of economic uncertainty as the Federal Reserve worked to slow the economy and bring inflation down, which had crept up and away from our targeted levels. Additionally, the real estate market began to cool, driven by rising home prices and higher interest rates. It was anticipated that the slowdown in the housing market would be exacerbated by the lack of available inventory. Consumer spending behavior was shifting towards practical items rather than discretionary retail purchases. At the time the budget was developed, the city was experiencing challenges related to supply chain disruptions and the availability of goods and raw materials. It was anticipated that the supply chain constraints would continue into fiscal year 24-25. Fortunately, the general fund performed better than expected due to revenue boosts such as strong investment return, development-related service charges, landfill contributions related to our wildfire debris removal, and pass-through rebates from state-supported battery storage incentive programs. On the expenditure side, departments saw a shift in expenses due to procurement delays, vendor storage shortages, and high material costs. Supplies and material decreases, while services for cost increased, actual personnel costs came in lower due to vacancies. With expenses lower than budgeted and revenues higher than budgeted, the fiscal year 24-25 ended with a surplus. Fiscal year 24-25 started with a general fund balance of $62.5 million. After all revenues and expenses of the year were accounted for, the city had an operating year-end surplus of $10.75 million. This brought the general fund's balance to approximately $63.8 million. While the city has benefited from year-end surplus funds in recent years, it is important to recognize that many of these surpluses resulted from actual revenues versus actual expenditures, not actuals to budget. Actuals are driven by one-time or temporary revenue factors, including the pandemic, wildfire-related cost recovery, as well as broader economic conditions affecting interest rates and investment returns. On the expenditure side, the city also experienced savings due to increased staff vacancies, delayed project implementations, and operational expenditures deferred to future fiscal years due to extended lead times and ongoing supply chain constraints. Throughout this period, the city has maintained fiscally prudent decision-making and conservative budgeting practices focused on long-term financial stability. This approach has preserved the city's flexibility to respond to future economic changes while appropriately allocating one-time revenues towards one-time investments. In addition, the city has continued to refine its forecasting practices by utilizing enhanced financial modeling and consultant-supported revenue projections to better assess our ongoing revenue trends, including property tax performance. Looking ahead to the close of the current fiscal year, staff anticipates an operating year-end surplus of approximately $7.6 million. In fiscal year 25-26, we started with a general fund balance of $63.8 million. This positive performance reflects continued trends observed in fiscal year 24-25, including stronger than expected revenues from investment income, supported by the Federal Reserve's sustained interest rates, an increase in sales tax revenue resulting from a shift in sales tax structures driven by online retail activity and county-wide pool allocations. On the expenditure side, departments continue to manage costs prudently, particularly as inflation, interest rates, and tariffs continue to affect our operations. While the projections anticipate a $7.6 million surplus, these projections were prepared before the City Council's approval on compensation adjustments and updated MOUs for city employees. As a result, additional personnel costs associated with these actions are expected to reduce the projected year-end estimates by no more than $500,000. With growing uncertainties around potential economic impacts, the city remains committed to conservative budgeting practices for both revenues and expenditures to maintain our long-term fiscal stability. The City Council strategically allocated $575,000 to the city's contingency fund, which brings it to its maximum balance of $2 million to cover one-time urgent and unanticipated expenditures. Based on these anticipated revenues and expenditures, the general fund is expected to end with a $70.8 million balance. As we prepare for the upcoming fiscal year, the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget reflects the City Council's continued focus on maintaining core services, investing in organizational capacity, enhancing public safety, and improving operational efficiency, which aligns with the City Council's goals and pillars. Several recommended items support the city's ability to maintain efficient operations, strengthen internal capacity, and ensure long-term fiscal stability, including employee satisfaction survey, increased costs for professional services and consulting services, citywide employee training and development, public safety-related requests focus on officer readiness, emergency response capabilities, and community safety services. These include additional funding for the Ventura County Behavioral Health Services Agreement, increased funding to support post-training for our police officers, ballistic vests for our code enforcement officers, and funding to support our Ventura County Animal Services contract. Public works and infrastructure-related items support the maintenance of our city facilities, streets, landscaping, and transit systems. These requests include utility costs related to our landscape maintenance, subscription licenses for our Autodesk engineering design and drafting program, increases to our building maintenance contract services for city facilities, a sidewalk assessment and repair program, funding for our major streets rehabilitation, our minor streets overlay program, and a public works vehicle for street operations. Several requests supporting community accessibility, civic engagement, and resident services include accessible document services to meet new state requirements, funding for the 2026 election, and funding for a two-day celebration of the 250th birthday of the United States of America. Lastly, the city continues to invest in technology, systems, and digital tools that improve service delivery, cybersecurity, operational efficiency, and data management. These items include funding for upgraded citywide multifunctional devices, Microsoft licensing, laptops and equipment for city staff, the renewal of our Axon subscription for the police department, and software to support public safety operations. Turning to next year's general fund proposed budget, we are projecting $100.7 million in revenue, approximately 81% coming from taxes and franchise fees. This represents an increase of approximately $3.7 million or 3.8% when compared to the fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget. When compared to the fiscal year 25-26 revised budget, revenues increased by approximately $2.5 million, while remaining essentially flat when compared to the estimated actuals, with a slight decrease of $0.2 million or 0.2%. This indicates a stabilization following one-time revenue fluctuations anticipated in prior years, such as the state funding tied to our cost recovery efforts, additional tonnage fees, and rebates from energy-efficient projects. General fund expenditures for fiscal year 26-27 are projected at $100.5 million. This is an increase of approximately $3.8 million or 4% when compared to the fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget. This increase is primarily driven by an increase in personnel cost and service-related cost, offset by our decrease in transfers to other funds. Relative to the fiscal year 25-26 revised budget, expenditures in the 26-27 budget are essentially flat, decreasing slightly by approximately $0.1 million or 0.1%, while increasing by $7.1 million when compared to our estimated actuals. Overall expenditure growth reflects an increase in personnel and operating costs, particularly offset by reductions in our one-time transfers and flat in our capital activity, compared to our projected estimated actuals for fiscal year 25-26. This chart provides a visual breakdown of how the general fund is distributed across the departments. As you can see, the largest portion, or 44%, is allocated to our police department, reflecting our continued investment in public safety. The Public Works Department receives the second largest share at accounting for 20.3% of the general fund, supporting vital infrastructure and maintenance services throughout the city. This broader perspective on funding underscores the importance of closely monitoring our general fund trends. To the left, you can see the $10.75 million surplus for fiscal year 24-25 and the $7.6 million projection in surplus funds for fiscal year 25-26. The chart also highlights that looking ahead, the city is not expecting to continue realizing such substantial year-end surplus. Instead, future budget projections indicate a growth trajectory of approximately 1% to 4% annually for both our revenues and our expenditures. When we look beyond just the general fund and consider all city funds, the picture shifts significantly. Public Works accounts for 57% of the total city budget, reflecting a major role in managing essential services like transit, sanitation, and waterworks, which are funded through our restricted enterprise funds. In comparison, the police department represents 17% of the total budget, while the remaining 26% allocated across all other city departments. It is important to note that while Public Works is generally funded through enterprise funds, its administrative functions are supported by the general fund.
So I'll give an overview of our capital projects. So there are 165 projects in the 5-year capital plan, totaling $131.2 million in funding requests over the next 5 years. 25 projects are requesting a total of $27.8 million in funding in fiscal year 26-27. And that includes $10.2 million for sanitation projects, $11.2 million for waterworks projects, $6 million for streets and roads projects, and $388,000 for transit projects. For more details on the 5-year capital improvement plan, you can scan the QR code on the screen to view the digital version of the budget document. So here is a map showing the locations of the 25 projects requested funding in the fiscal year 26-27 capital improvement project budget. For more detailed information, you can visit our website, which is at the top corner of the screen, and get more details on each individual project. It's simivalley.org/CIPMAP. The map can also be found on right behind the summary information tab of the 5-year capital improvement program document. So to look at the category of streets and roads, there was a total budget request for fiscal year 26-27 of $6.06 million, and that is for projects that include major and minor street rehabilitation and overlay, pothole repair, sidewalk assessment and repair, and traffic signal upgrades. In our transit fund, there's a total budget request of $12.2 million, and $388,000 of that is for capital projects. And those projects are for bus stop improvements and the transit bus wash. So our sanitation fund is requesting a total of $42.2 million. $10.2 million of that is for capital projects. And those projects include the Arroyo Lift Station rehabilitation, replacement of digester 3 and 4 mixer and installation of 2 heat exchangers, various sewer line repairs, and a waste-activated sludge pump station overhaul. For our waterworks fund, the total budget request is $73.4 million, with $11.6 million of that for capital projects. And those projects include the Box Canyon pump stations rehabilitation and demolition, emergency generator servicing, the Mine Road pump station rehabilitation, painting of water facilities, paving and slurry seal for roads and district facilities, and replacement of 3 seismic controllers. So before we open the meeting for comments, I'd like to take a moment to highlight just a few of the many accomplishments city staff have achieved over the current adopted budget fiscal year. The following are a few examples of those accomplishments categorized under each pillar of excellence. While this is only a brief overview, we invite you to explore an expanded list of achievements detailed in the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget document, as well as additional highlights included in the city manager's message. Under the pillar of public safety, staff collaborated with the FBI Child Exploration Task Force on regional investigations involving crimes against children, expanded DUI enforcement operations and officer training using grant funding from the Office of Traffic Safety and CHP Cannabis Tax Fund programs, supported staffing stability through recruitment efforts, succession planning, and labor negotiations, and continued advocacy efforts related to public safety power shutoff issues and strengthened code enforcement initiatives. Under the economic vitality pillar, the city hosted 296 film production days with our film partners, generating an estimated $5.25 million to the local economy, issued more than 5,700 business tax certificates to support ongoing business activity throughout the city, expanded partnerships with organizations such as Visit Simi Valley, Ventura County Arts Organizations, and the Chamber to support tourism, arts, and economic development, and advanced Lost Canyons and Runco Canyon development projects. Moving to the reliable infrastructure pillar, staff continues to perform a variety of asphalt and concrete repairs on major and minor streets, including pothole, sidewalk, and driveway repair and reconstruction. Completed the annual crack sealing project to extend pavement life, reduce street deterioration, and minimize future roadway repair costs. Staff continued monitoring and managing maintenance needs for city facilities and tenants, including the DMV and Kaiser properties, and integrated maintenance planning, permitting, and fueling schedules for 3 new Civic Center emergency backup generators. For fiscal sustainability, staff negotiated and executed labor agreements with multiple employee groups to support recruitment, retention, and competitive compensation while maintaining fiscal responsibility. Implemented cost-saving measures and secured supplemental funding sources to sustain senior nutrition services despite grant funding reductions. Assisted the Council on Aging in identifying investment strategies to improve returns on liquid assets, and conducted legislative advocacy efforts on issues affecting local revenues, infrastructure funding, housing, contracting, and local control. Looking at the Thriving Community pillar, staff served approximately 5,500 congregate and home-delivered meals while distributing more than 6,200 grocery bags through the Senior Share Food Program, completed ADA accessibility upgrades at the Senior Center, including renovating accessible restroom facilities, hosted a wide range of community arts, cultural, educational, and entertainment programming, including concerts, theater productions, multicultural events, workshops, and youth activities, and distributed more than $25,000 in performing arts recovery grants to support local nonprofit and arts organizations. And lastly, under the Excellent City Government pillar, staff facilitated the City Council goal-setting retreat, establishing the 6 pillars of excellence and the fiscal year 25-26 focus area goals, continued strengthening cybersecurity protections through firewall updates, security patching, and threat monitoring, advanced modernization efforts by implementing Public Works asset management tools and migrating the Versaterm public safety system to the cloud to improve efficiency and system reliability, and coordinated the annual Form 700 filings, campaign finance reporting, and election compliance activities. So thank you everyone for joining us today. If you haven't yet had an opportunity to review the fiscal year 26-27 annual proposed budget and the 5-year capital improvement program, we encourage you to scan the QR codes displayed on the screen. These will take you directly to the digital versions of the budget document for easy access and review, and the documents are available on the city's website. And that's our presentation, and we have staff available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the council for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Thank you. Thank you for a very thorough presentation. And I also want to thank you I will say for those of you who want to get the documents, they are available in physical form as well, if you don't want the QR code. And they are delightful reading. But I wanted to say thank you for taking, I will say that I was accused of using a whole pack of Post-it notes, but I had questions throughout these two documents, and they spent, these two plus our city manager spent an hour answering my questions, so I'm not going to ask them all here tonight, and they were very thorough in their response. One maybe quick question, because I think it can be a little confusing. Carol, you just put up a slide that showed that we're spending $23 million for public transportation, I think was the figure that was one of the slides, and $6 million for roads. I just want to be clear where the funding, where that funding comes. It was back a ways. And I just want to be sure people understand why it was before this, wasn't it? Yeah, there was, okay, I'm sorry. So street was 6 million, and then I'm sorry, and then the one after that was, you're right, transit. There, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm sorry, the total budget requested was, I said 23 million, excuse me, 12.2 million. I just wanted to, will you explain, just for general purposes, why it seems like such a big amount?
So it's all grant funded. There's no general fund dollars going into the transit fund.
And I wanted to be sure that the public understands that, because it does seem, given ridership, et cetera, that's a lot of money, but it is, again, grant funded. So anyway, I just wanted to make that very clear. But thank you for your presentation. Much appreciated.
Councilmember Rhodes?
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I wanted to say that is probably the best PowerPoint presentation that's ever been delivered in council chambers. Whoever put that together, outstanding job. And it made everything clear, and it had a good through line and story, made it easy to follow. On streets and roads, I saw, my number that I was coming up with in my head as I was adding up in the budget was about $7 million a year, but perhaps it was some other funds, like I saw slurry seal on our own parking lots in there. When we add the excess funding from the year, this current year, our expected surplus at the end, we would then be adding about a $5 million bump into infrastructure projects. We can go to streets and roads. Is that right?
It can, if that's what the council decides to do.
Right. So that means that not only do we have a great baseline of money going in, but when there's this one-time money, this excess funding, that's a great place for it to go. And I think that shows in the success we've had in streets and roads over the years, and I appreciate that. I have no other questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for a thorough presentation, and also for the thoroughness you did in meeting with each of us and going over everything, all my little notes. And so that's probably why there's not a lot of questions up here tonight, is because you ladies did such a great job in explaining any concerns we had and just helping us walk through the budget. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, especially being a financial person. I'm glad it was you doing this budget and not me. So any other questions, concerns? Councilmember Ayala.
Yes, again, if anyone wants to take the time to read, as Councilmember Litster mentioned, it is this. You can see all my tabs in there, so I read every single page. But one of the things I wanted to say is that the city maintains a AAA rating, and that's the Standards & Poor's highest credit rating available. So all of the decisions that are being made by the staff to support us really have led us to that conclusion. And I know that wasn't part of the presentation, but I wanted to make it clear that our credit rating is really great. And I think that's a compliment to the staff and all of the decisions that you guys make up here as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Rhodes.
I just had one other comment on the successes from last year, is the beautiful carpet that is in the halls here and in the offices. And fiscal responsibility, that carpet is changed every 50 years, whether we need it or not. So
I was going to say, share with them how old that carpet was. And the tape we have in the back, we had in the back hallway, yes.
And Johanna was actually responsible for making that happen as well, so.
Thank you, Johanna. Any other questions, concerns? Do I have a motion?
I'm happy to move approval of the budget, but I'm sure I was supposed to read something better than that. I'm sorry, I will.
Second.
No.
Everyone's looking for it.
I
City
think I
manager
have
has it right here.
Actually, I have it. I move to approve the Simi Valley Transit Fiscal Year 2026-27 Program of Projects, POP, to be forwarded to the Ventura County Transportation Commission, VCTC, for final approval, and to be included in the city's Federal Transit Administration, FTA 49 USC, Section 5307, Congestion Mitigation Air Quality, CMAQ, and Job Access Reverse Commute, JARC grant applications. Secondly, to adopt the reattached resolution number 2026-28, Attachment A, authorizing the city manager to execute and submit the filing of grant applications with the FTA for operating, capital planning, and preventative maintenance assistance funds under 49 USC Section 5307, CMAQ, and JARC. And thirdly, to adopt the attached joint resolution number 2026-29 WWD-306/SA-15/PL-40, attachment B, approving the fiscal year 2026-27 annual budget, incorporating the previously adopted budgets for the Cultural Arts Center and Council on Aging, and amend the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 26-27 to fiscal year 2030-31.
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, before I lose all the staff members in the audience, because you'll see we have many more tonight than we usually do, I just want to thank all of the staff and Johanna and Carolyn for all of the work that you did on this budget to make this happen and bring it forward. It's a very fiscally conservative budget, and I think that the work that you do continues to show in the AAA rating that Councilmember Ayala mentioned, and I would be remiss if I did not compliment all of our team tonight. So thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for all the work that you've done since December, and that you will continue to do as we carry out this budget.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam City Clerk, you can't leave yet.
I'm leaving.
Oh, yeah, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9D, consideration of additional financial support for CIMI 250 celebration, and City Manager Argabright is presenting this item.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. During the December 1st, 2025 council meeting, the council appointed Mayor Kavanaugh and Councilmember Ayala to serve on the Planning Committee for the 2026 July 4th event, which has become a 2-day celebration known as CIMI 250. The CIMI 250 Committee is comprised of representatives from Rancho Simi Rec and Park District, Simi Valley Unified School District, Ventura County Supervisor Parvin's office, and other local nonprofit organizations. As one of the city representatives on the CIMI 250 Planning Committee, Councilmember Ayala submitted a written request on behalf of the committee for additional financial support for the celebration. As outlined in your staff report, the CIMI 250 Committee is requesting $21,700 in additional funding support for event enhancements and activities associated with the celebration. The council previously indicated its support for enhanced support of the fireworks show for the celebration of the 250th birthday of the nation. And as a result, I included an additional $20,000 for fireworks in the fiscal year 26-27 budget that you just adopted, bringing the city's total contribution to $50,000 for fireworks for the 250th celebration. The city also provides in-kind police department services for the Rock and Country Jam and Fireworks Extravaganza, with estimated costs ranging from $15,000 to $20,000. And then, therefore, prior to any additional financial support the council may vote to provide, the city's total contribution is anticipated to range from $65,000 to $70,000 for the 250th celebration. If the council approves all of the requested funding, the city's contribution could increase to $91,700. If the city council votes to provide additional funding support for the 250th celebration, I recommend using a one-time general fund surplus savings identified within the current fiscal year budget. Therefore, it is recommended that the council consider additional funding support for the CME 250 event celebrating America's 250th birthday.
Councilmember Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 250 year anniversaries only come around every 250 years. And having worked on the 4th of July celebration in years past through the Rotary Club, I understand having volunteers getting together and trying to put on the event itself as it stands when it's not the 250th anniversary is a difficult lift. And I can understand where that same volunteer group with extraordinary effort could come up short in finding the extra funding. And so I'm sympathetic to that effort, and not that we should be expected to do this every year, but on the 250th anniversary, I would fully support the additional funding requested because it's going to be a great celebration. It's going to be awesome.
Councilmember Ayala.
And to your point, it has been a lot of work, and I don't know if any of us are going to volunteer to do it again next year. So this would probably be a one-time request, to your point.
Any other comments? A motion?
I'd like to make a motion to allocate an additional $21,700 for funding support for the CME 250 celebration.
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote, please. Mayor Pro Tem Litster is not here.
Councilmember Ayala, I don't think yours locked. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. She abstained. That's why.
The motion passes unanimously with Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Lister recused.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9E, consideration of a letter of support for a study evaluating the feasibility of a transitional housing project at Samaritan Center, and City Manager Argabright is presenting this item.
Good evening. Board members of the Samaritan Center met with council members in 2x2 and individual meetings in late 2025 and early 26 to provide an overview of a possible transitional housing project sponsored by the Samaritan Center. The board is now requesting that the council provide a letter of support for a transitional housing project study to determine if such a project is feasible. A letter of support does not obligate the city to support a future transitional housing project or to provide funding for a future project. It is recommended that the council consider providing a letter of support for a study evaluating the feasibility of a transitional housing project sponsored by the Samaritan Center. I'm available for questions, and I believe we still have representatives in the audience as well.
They're sticking it out there. Councilmember Rhodes.
I'm first every time. Okay. So I'm in full support of this letter, and I want to explain why. The homeless services that we provide in Simi Valley are a great way to keep people alive. They're services for food and some mental health services, but they are not they're not designed to transition people from where they are to where they need to be. It's to keep them whole. And with the recent movement and disbursement of the DICE area, now our citizens are actually seeing more clearly the homeless population that we have always had, but now they're in our bus stations, and they're on our sidewalks, and they're in our streets, and they're in our vision. The problem didn't change. The visibility of the problem has changed. I think that this is an excellent opportunity for us to take the moment and look at the problem as a whole. There's some great, wonderful models of moving people from being on the street, homeless, living in their car, into a transitional housing where they can stabilize and move on to the next parts of their lives. And that stabilization can't just be four walls. It has to be the additional services that go along with it: mental health services, social services, and medical services. So to have a study that shows if it is feasible, if it makes sense to do it here, and if so, how would we, I would fully support putting this letter out there so that a good study could be done, and that might provide us a roadmap that makes sense for Simi Valley.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Thank you. I concur that we absolutely should have a study and support this issue of determining if transitional housing is feasible. And I appreciate the clarification that the letter specifically states to look at the city as a whole, which of course includes the Samaritan Center property, et cetera, but to look at the city as a whole and see where it's best suited. I wanted to share that recently I was invited to be the moderator for a panel of people. This happened to be at a Politica thing, but in that the panel I was moderating dealt with services, and one of the people I met was Councilmember Jim Duran from Ventura County, and he has done some great work in his area with transitional housing, and he would love a similar model to be here in Simi Valley. And so it was just very interesting to pick his brain and to see ways it can work, because certainly there are different ways it can be done. And I guess my question, if there are a question, I mean, there's not necessarily questions, but maybe this is a question for the body here, is who does the study, and do we have experts that would do this, and do they look at different models and how they might work? Obviously, if it's state funded, it would be housing first model. If it's funded otherwise, it could be service intensive or whatever we want to call it. I just wondered, so do we, well, anyway, I guess this is maybe not time to discuss what it looks like, but I would certainly support the letter and know that those are some of my thoughts as you approach how this is to be done.
Do you want them to come forward?
Do they want to come forward and discuss it or not? It's only if you want to. Otherwise, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
It's okay. You don't.
I think the question is simply, do you have someone already who's
Yeah.
going to do the study?
That's
And what is
kind of the
name
question.
that
It doesn't change at all my desire for the letter. It's just a curiosity about the methodology or what you had envisioned. And since you're here, and since you waited so long,
No, the objective we have is to issue an RFP
okay.
to developers that we've talked to, many of them you know. And that RFP would describe a study for them to lead. It's going to be a competitive RFP, so it'll define what we think the scope needs to be to get to a point where we can identify the best location, the best type of housing, whether it's tiny homes or brick and mortar, go down the type of services, and then come up with the cost. And so we have a package where we can eventually apply for a grant through, whether it's Behavioral Health or HUD, and we have the whole story. Right now, we cannot really apply for a grant because we don't have all the pieces connected. So I would envision the study would include some conceptual illustrations that we'd have estimates from, the developer, contractors. We have to watch the scope, otherwise it becomes a very expensive study. Our hope is that the developer we pick will pay for the most, if not all, the study on their BNP dollars as lead into a future, project for them. So it's going to be competitive, and we probably have, I think, 3 or 4 people that we're going to send the RFP to. So it'll probably be about a 6-month project by the time we finish up the RFP that we have drafted, get it reviewed by some, technical architects and things, and then give it the response time for the developers to respond, do an evaluation, a selection, and then they need time to do the study.
So is the study done by the developers, or is it done by homeless experts?
Well, you got to realize the
Are they
developers we're talking about have done things like the Thrive in Thousand Oaks,
Is it one-
Santa
you think it's one
Barbara.
and the same?
They are experts of what worked and didn't work.
Okay.
But we want to expand it to a little bit, think out of the box, and not just plunk down a tiny home here, a cube box. We want to be more what makes sense, what works in our city, the look of it, the feel of it, the permitting of it, and that's kind of our plan.
Thank you, Doug. Any other questions? Councilmember Ayala, you were up next to talk.
Yep, thank you. I just wanted to point out that the difference with transitional housing, that for people to understand, is, and this is not a political conversation, but if you look at what LA did, it was just to get people off the street. So they had this whole plan of just putting them in places. And now 40% of those people are back on the street. And it's because they did not provide the wraparound services that people needed to be able to transition effectively into more permanent housing. This project actually includes that wraparound services that those people need to be able to be there. And they have to qualify to be able to be in that transitional housing. So that's why this project is an important project, and one that, like they were talking about, is going to be managed by an organization, not just the Samaritan Center, but doing the study that have actually done this before successfully. And I think that's the key to the study, is those builders, but at the same time, they're the ones who have actually done this successfully in other cities around us.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Be happy to make a motion.
Please, thank you.
All right, I move to support the attached letter of support for a study evaluating the feasibility of a transitional housing project at the Samaritan Center.
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for staying so late.
Madam Mayor and members of, next on the agenda is item 9F, approval of an exclusive negotiation agreement and ground lease agreement with SVTC Property LLC for property located at the northeast corner of Jefferson Way and Simi Town Center Way. And Assistant City Manager Luis Garibay is presenting this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, tonight for your consideration is an exclusive negotiating agreement and a ground lease agreement between the city and SVTC Property LLC for property located on the northeast corner of Jefferson Way and Simi Town Center Way. In May 2025, the City Council provided direction to the City Manager regarding the contemplated development of portions of the mall district within the Simi Valley Town Center. The ENA establishes a 12-month period of exclusive negotiations between the city and the developer regarding project entitlements, environmental review, a development agreement, and other related documents. The proposed ground lease agreement encompasses approximately 6.5 acres that includes the former Macy's West Building and portion of the adjacent parking area that's shown here and outlined in blue on the map. Under the terms of the ground lease agreement, the city would lease this new parcel from the developer for $1 per year. Included in your agenda packet is the framework for both the ENA and GLA agreements. Part of the actions that you would be taking tonight is authorizing the city manager the authority to take all additional related actions in a form approved by the city attorney necessarily to finalize both of the agreements. And a very important note is that nothing in the recommended actions committed by the city tonight commits the city to any particular course of approvals for the larger Simi Valley Town Center redevelopment project. And all future decisions considered by the city council are entirely legislative and discretionary. So therefore, staff recommends council authorize the city manager to execute both the ENA and GLA and take such additional related actions to finalize both agreements. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, concerns?
Happy to make a motion.
3, 2, 1. Okay. Go ahead.
All right. I move to authorize the city manager to execute an exclusive negotiation agreement with SVTC Property LLC, substantially as set forth in the attachment A, in a form approved by the city attorney for a project located at the northeast corner of Jefferson Way and Simi Town Center Way, and authorize the city manager to execute a ground lease agreement with SVTC Property LLC, substantially as set forth in attachment B, in a form approved by the city attorney for approximately 6.5 acres, APN 612-0-240-175 portion, and 612-0-240-115, and authorize the city manager to take such additional related action that may be desirable.
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 10A, council member reports.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, we have a lot of things on our report, so if we could expedite them where we're able, that would be appreciated. All right, Councilmember Ayala, you're up first.
I will just stop in detail if I need to, otherwise I'll keep going. On May 12th, I attended the ADA Paratransit Committee interviews along with Mayor Pro Tem Litster. Their names were heard tonight. On May 13th, conducted along with Councilmember Judge the Neighborhood Council interviews for Neighborhood Councils 1 and 2. On May 14th, I attended and volunteered for the Second Chance Prom put on by the Samaritan Center, which provides services which we just hopefully talked about as well when they were here. May 15th, attended the funeral of Mary Spielman. For those of you that know, she was very instrumental in forming the neighborhood councils and worked here for the city for a long time. On May 18th, I attended the swearing in of Officer Haydett and Detective Johnson as they moved to senior officers. On May 20th, I attended the Boys and Girls Club ribbon cutting for the renovation of the Teen Lounge. That was great because I was part of the Simi Valley leadership and that was also our project. On May 21st, I attended the annual Peace Officers Memorial Ceremony in Ventura, and it worked out perfectly because I went straight from there to the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance Committee meeting, which is held also at the Government Center. I then attended the 4th of July Planning Committee meeting, and just for planning purposes, tune into 99.1 The Ranch tomorrow at 2:30 in the afternoon. I will be on there talking about the 4th of July events for the city. On May 22nd, I, along with Mayor Pro Tem Litster, we took a tour of the fire zones, and it was pretty amazing to see all of the work that those firefighters do. They're just not firefighters, they are CAD drawing specialist and communication specialist and logistics specialist, and it was really amazing to see them at work. On May 23rd, I volunteered at the Happy Face Music Festival. May 26th, I did the Youth Council interviews and also attended the e-bike workshop. May 27th, I attended the Legislative Advocacy Forum. Supervisor Janice Parvin was the guest speaker at that meeting. May 29th, I attended the Community Games, which is the senior games, closing ceremonies at the Senior Center. It's been operating for 21 years. This year they had 31 events, 300 athletes, and they were giving out their medals that evening. So I was there representing the city. And also that evening, I attended my graduation for the Leadership Simi Valley class. On June 1st, I attended the Royal High School had their Ronald Reagan Citizen Scholar Institute Civics Showcase at the Reagan Library, where they put on their projects, all high school ages, everything from a student who raises dogs for the blind to girls who did a self-defense class for girls. It was great to see. Councilmember Rhodes was there, and every project was great. On June 2nd, I attended a budget meeting with the staff. I also attended and presented awards for the Ed Foundation at Simi Valley High School. June 4th, attended the Hispanic Business Alliance meeting, then had another 4th of July committee meeting, and then went to the 13 Souls kickoff event, which is going to be on August 22nd. And today, June 8th, I attended the Council on Aging meeting. Someone mentioned it today. If you have time, though, go Sunday to their concert, which is at the Santa Susana Performing Arts Center at 2 p.m. They do have a lot of tickets available. And remember, all of the money goes back to Meals on Wheels. So it's a very important fundraiser. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Rhodes.
First of all, Councilmember Ayala, good job. I'm going to see if I can go even faster. On Tuesday, May 12th, I was up in Sacramento at the Cal CCA Community Choice Aggregator 10-year anniversary. It went over a couple of days. On Thursday, May 14th, I attended the Clean Power Alliance on behalf of the city, where we voted on rate adjustments, which for Simi Valley were still below Edison's rates. On Friday, May 15th, I attended both as a spectator and a participant in the Chamber Candidate Forum. That weekend, I took off up to Carmel with my lovely bride because on Monday, the 18th, was our 30th wedding anniversary, which was interrupted by a fire. And then we hustled back to town. On Wednesday, May 20th, I attended the Leadership Simi Valley class project ribbon cutting, and congratulations to the class. That teen room is fantastic, and they were super excited to have that at the Boys and Girls Club. On Thursday, May 21st, I went on a fire ride-along with Councilmember Judge, and as Councilmember Ayala stated, it was fantastic to see behind the curtain and see what all goes on in fighting a fire like this. And thank you so much to all of the responders of that fire. Well done. Also that day, Mayor Pro Tem Litster and I did the Cultural Arts Foundation board interviews. On Saturday, May 23rd, we attended Sharon Ostel's 80th birthday. Happy birthday, Sharon. And then I also attended the Happy Face Music Festival. On Monday, May 25th, I attended the Veterans ceremony at the Memorial Day ceremony at the Pioneer Cemetery. And it was a beautiful way to remember those that have fallen. On Tuesday, May 26th, I attended online the Conejo Chamber Legislative Roundtable representing SCAG. I also attended our special council meeting here in council chambers, which took 4 minutes, shorter than this report. And and then also did Neighborhood Council 3 and 4 interviews that afternoon. On Wednesday, the 27th, I attended online the Chamber Legislative Affairs Zoom call. And not that it was a city thing, but on Friday, May 29th, I did a 30-hour turnaround and taught 2 classes in Chicago. I got back in time for a couple hours sleep, and then attended the Saturday, May 30th, the Sergeant Ron Heelish Ride for the Blue kickoff, and what an amazing event put on each year. This was the 11th anniversary, and well done. Monday, June 1st, I was at the Reagan Student Showcase. As Councilman Ayala pointed out, I tried to get to every single booth and say, pitch me on your project, and I could not get to all of them, and they were all super professional and well done, everybody involved in that program. On Tuesday, June 2nd, I attended a online CEHD briefing. As I'm the incoming chair of that meeting, we go over what's going to happen this week. And that afternoon, Councilmember Judge and I attended a council priority briefing here at City Hall. Wednesday, June 3rd, I sat in on the Cal Cities Zoom legislative briefing of the bills that are moving to the second house. I also attended the Executive Administration Committee of SCAG's meeting that afternoon, Thursday, June 4th, the SCAG CEHD meeting, which was my first meeting as chair, and it was a long one, and we agreed on the formation of the RENA subcommittee. Also that afternoon was our EAC meeting, the Regional Council meeting, and then I had my Clean Power Alliance meeting downtown. On Friday, June 5th, the Simi Valley Police Foundation Clays for Canines. I attended, and I didn't do as well as Councilmember Judge, but no one does because he's really good. But in the middle of all that, I noticed both he and I were on our phones with headsets in because Cal Cities was having their briefings, and I was sitting on the Housing Committee, which I got most of before I had to go kill clay things. And Saturday, June 6th, nothing. And today I had a budget meeting and the Oak Road developer meeting. And that concludes my report.
I'm impressed with the multitasking at the Clays. That's pretty good. Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Wednesday, May 13th, I, with Councilmember Ayala, handled the neighborhood councils 1 and 2 interviews, and we got some really good candidates out of that. They'll be presented to the council probably next meeting. On Thursday, May 14th, I attended the Samaritan Center's Second Chance Prom. That was a lot of fun. On Friday, May 15th, I too attended the funeral and mass for Mary Spielman. Mary Spielman was an iconic person in this city from its development and from its incorporation. Saturday, May 16th, I went to the Soaring Spirits Annual Gala and was able to present Matt Logelin with a certificate of appreciation from the City Council. On Monday, May 18th, I attended the swearing-in ceremony for our 2 police officers that were promoted. On Wednesday, May 20th, on Thursday, May 21st, because I was busy running around Tuesday and Wednesday because our city was still on fire, I went on a ride along with Rocky with the fire department. Amazing what they were doing, amazing what they accomplished, and it was very sad to see that we lost one home, but it was one home, and where that fire line was, you could see it on the news photographs. I'm amazed we only lost one home. That's because I've also been through many fires, and I've seen it not go that way. It was awesome. May 25th, I attended the Memorial Day celebration, or Memorial Day remembrance at Veterans Cemetery here, or at our Pioneer Cemetery here in Simi Valley. Again, it was put on by the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and our Park District, and with a lot of help from our council supervisor, or county supervisors. Always a great event, and it's always very moving for me. On Tuesday, May 26th, I attended our special council meeting where we made sure said there was an emergency because of the fires. That evening, I attended the e-bike safety event over at Rancho Santa Susana Park, and that was very important. I was very glad to see a lot of attendance there, and I hope it's that way again when they do this again, because we need to educate people on these e-bikes. Wednesday, May 27th, I attended the VCTC Administration and Finance Committee, so that was their budget meeting, pushing their budget forward to the membership so that they can approve it at our next VCTC meeting. Later that day, I attended a council budget meeting here where I heard what we all heard here earlier. Got to hear it again. Always love hearing things like that twice. And it was very well put on again. On Thursday, May 28th, I attended the Economic Forum up at the Reagan Library. Awesome economic forum. Basically, we're moving forward with this country coming back as a manufacturer, and they laid out the roadmap on how it'll be done. Friday, that continued because it was a 2-day event. Amazing speakers, very positive energy coming from that forum. I can't wait to see the policies get implemented. Saturday, May 30th, I attended to the 11th annual run for Sergeant Ron Helis. He was the only law enforcement officer lost in the borderline shooting. On Tuesday, June 2nd, I attended the council priority briefing with Councilmember Rhodes. That was also very informative. On Wednesday, June 3rd, I attended the SCAG EAC meeting for VCTC, and on Thursday, June 4th, I attended the Transportation Committee, which I chair, which had a very entertaining dissertation from the California High-Speed Rail Authority. Later that day, I attended SCAG's Regional Council and Policy Committee meeting, and came back to Simi Valley very quickly so I could attend the Hispanic Business Alliance and then the 13 Souls Memorial Run, Walk, and Ride launch. Because I won't be here for the event, I'll make sure that they know I'm supporting them both financially and in spirit. On Friday, June 15th, I attended the Police Foundation's Case for Canine with the Elks Lodge as my team. We came in second overall. Great day. Everybody shot great. Everybody looked like they were having a blast, and it was fun. Later that evening, during that time, actually, I shot really early, so I was able to stay on my phone for the entire public safety meeting of the California League of Cities. And we're moving right along, and that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Thank you. We've all been quite busy. Tuesday, May 12th, ADA committee recruitment interviews. I appreciate doing that with Councilmember Ayala. Thursday, May 14th, I attended VCOG's board meeting in Camarillo. And on that evening, also the Samaritan Center Second Chance Prom. Great fundraiser. I expect that'll become a tradition. Well done. On Friday, May 15th, I too enjoyed watching the candidate forum and seeing all of our different people running for representation of our community. On Saturday, May 16th, I attended Politica Fest, which is where I referenced earlier. I moderated that group, and where I really do think we should take some examples from what's being done by our neighbors. But that was a nice event. Sorry it wasn't better attended, but a very good event, and hats off to Marcus Critchfield, who put that together. On Sunday, May the 17th, I did attend the Semi Immigrant Coalition Town Hall meeting, which was hosted by Ken Hurst. Thought it very constructive, very respectful, and informative, and and a good format. And appreciate that the city was there, and as well as some school district representation. Monday, May 18th, I traveled with 3 of my companions to Las Vegas to attend ICSC, the International Council of Shopping Centers, or whatever it stands for today. I wanted to share to my colleagues, because this is the opportunity to share about it. I will tell you, as you well know, our mayor and city manager immediately turned around and came back to help fight the fires. But Luis Garibay and myself stayed in Las Vegas. And I first of all want to thank Luis for his direction and attention and his expertise and knowledge in that setting. Well done. I also want to thank Angel Sarah, who I understand helped me set up some of the appointments, behind the scenes work that made it even more productive. Just quickly, some of the takeaway that I had in some of the meetings that we had. We met, I'll just discuss couple of them very quickly. The owners or representation of Mountain Gate learned what was going on with that plaza and how what they want to do. We were able to tell them what we don't want there and encourage them what would be better there. And I think they got the message and will make a difference. And what we learned is they aggressively would like to get some good commercial tenants there, and they've got some good ideas. Also met with Town Center's Steerpoint, the financial arm, and learned specifically what they see taking place up there beyond what we've heard elsewhere, and that was very positive as well. And we met with 2 businesses, I'm not going to mention their names, but they're coming to Simi Valley, but they both had some issues. And so being there allowed us to address and discuss how we can immediately step in and help them in that in their process of moving Snap Shop here. And they're both 2 businesses that we will be very delighted to have here in town. My takeaway is that no matter where we are, that was worthwhile to attend, particularly when you have preparation in advance, and that I could see it worthwhile, depending on whatever's going on in the city, that when it's well managed, it was worthwhile. So thank you for that opportunity to attend, and thank you again to Luis for his involvement there. Very positive. Returned, I should just take you into Thursday, May 21st, attended VCOG's. They had another meeting, actually it was a special meeting because the meeting we'd had the previous week needed a vote on basically a stamping of our approval on the waste management or waste and recycling efforts being done in the county, which we approved. Also attended or did the interviews for the Cultural Arts Foundation with Councilmember Rhodes that evening. On Friday, May 22nd, I very much appreciated the Fire Zone tour. It was just as they were taking down the major headquarters and they were moving it elsewhere, so we saw a bit of that transition, which was impressive. And on our tour, we were taken up and even saw a helicopter do a fire drop on a hot spot right behind Runkle Canyon, the area, in the process. And so it was. They were still working it, even doing drops that on Friday, 5 days later. Thank you to the many firefighters and first responders that kept us safe. I agree, absolutely miraculous, their efforts. Tuesday, May 26th, also attend the special council meeting. That also did the interviews for neighborhood councils 3 and 4 and attended the e-bike safety community event that evening. On Wednesday, May 27th, I attended the VCTC traffic calming pop-up. Basically, they put some cones up at Sycamore and Cochrane Street to say, this is what it would look like if we tried to calm the traffic down. I will tell you, and I'm not a traffic planner per se, but I will tell you that they did it from 10 to 2, which is not when there's as much traffic. But had they done that earlier in the day when people are trying to get to work or when people are trying to come home from work, it would have been chaotic, gridlock, etc. So I understand the intent, but I'm not sure that the results truly would help us understand what it would look like for our community. I just want to put that out there. Also that day, attended Knowles Elementary School, where I gave awards to Tammy Weiss and Darlene Tamak, who retired and just were the backbone of Knowles Elementary and will be sorely missed. Thursday, May 28th, I had a lovely meeting with our city manager. On Friday, May 29th, I also attended the Leadership Simi Valley graduation event, and I'd like to congratulate all of our city people who were who participated in that and striving to become to gain leadership skills and knowledge about our community. So I'd like to congratulate Councilmember Joseph Ayala. I'd like to our deputy city manager Heather Sumagaisai, who was also there, and she's attended many others, but was willing to do it again for Simi Valley. But also we had from the city, we had Johanna Madrano, who gave a presentation tonight. She too graduated from leadership, as did Deputy Director, Police Department, I'm sorry, let me go backwards, Deputy Director in Admin Services, oh wait, no, that's her, sorry. No, let me go back, let me go forward. Shelley Lyman, who is with Information Services and supports the police department, and also Kevin Van Fleet, who's a newly promoted police sergeant. All of these people participated in Leadership Simi Valley, and want to commend all of them for their wonderful project and going through that whole process. Bravo, well done. That was Friday, June 5th. Saturday, June 6th, I attended the summer reading kickoff. Great activities going on at our library. Bravo to Stephanie and her crew. Also attended the Cultural Arts Center Craft Fest, saw the mayor there. Wonderful crafts that were there. I got a mushroom that pops up that was knit. It was very cool. And I will tell you, going on there at the Cultural Arts Center right now is Fiddler on the Roof, and I understand it's having absolutely rave reviews. Not been sold out, but please get your tickets now. Go see Fiddler on the Roof. Really being well done. The final thing I want to end with is a phone call that I received today from Robert Offia, the owner of Pickle and Play, who wanted to let me know, that finally signed off on the fire, which was the last thing. I believe city is going out tomorrow to do the final checkoff. Should go well. And by this weekend, might be starting his soft opening. And so I just want to say congratulations. Thank you to the city for getting it across the finish line. Delighted that Pickle and Play is going to be coming to the city of Simi Valley, and believe that that will absolutely re-energize that shopping area where it is placed. So I just wanted to conclude with that great note. And thank you for Joseph and Katie, who are here representing the orchestra and all of your great efforts. You need to know that Mr. Joseph Metcalf is single-handedly composing music that's going to go with the fireworks. That is 21 minutes or so. It's normally when you commission a work like that, you pay, I don't know how much, $30,000. It's a lot. Yeah, even more. I know and he's not getting a dime for it. I'm just saying normally that's the way it works. But out of the love of his heart, he's composing, arranging the music. And anyway, thank you for the decision to support the efforts of a variety of things, including the orchestra. And so that concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much. On Thursday, May 14th, I attended the Citizens Academy graduation night with our chief. It was great to recognize all those people. Then I was able to go up to the Second Chance Prom and support our Samaritan Center, and they made their goal plus. So they were very, very excited about that. On May 16th, I also attended the Politica Fest. I wish there had been a little bit more of a turnout, but for a first event, it was good, and Marcus did a great job on the setup and the lineups and everything else. On Monday, I also went up with the city manager, assistant city manager, and the mayor pro tem to Las Vegas, but the city manager and I immediately had to turn around and come back. So there's a long story, planes, trains, and automobiles, and when we have time someday, I'll share it with you. Since I was back on Wednesday morning, there was a briefing for the Sandy Fire at the Incident Command Center. And so I went there. Councilmember Judge also attended, but I was able to go to the tables. They were feeding a lot of the firefighters. I was able to go to each table and say, thank you for saving our community. And I saw Paso Robles, Atascadero, Morro Bay, LA City, CAL FIRE, Orange County, and on and on and on. So what a great mutual aid event that was. And also PD and sheriff for all the controls that we had to do and evacuations. Thank you. You didn't get my mother out for more than 2 hours, but other than that, it worked out just fine. On Saturday, May 23rd, I attended the Happy Face Music Festival. That was a good turnout. It's a big draw for our community, so I'm glad that the Rotary Club continues to do that. Monday, May 25th, along with other members, I attended the El Rancho Simi Pioneer Cemetery Veterans Ceremony. They do a great job on that. It was really done very well. Commend them. On Tuesday, May 26th, we had our special council meeting that lasted, 4 minutes? 4 minutes. We were in and out. We were done. That evening, I also attended the e-bike safety community event put on by our police department. They did a great job. We estimate about 100 people were there, and there was a lot of interest shown, so good job there. On Wednesday, May 27th, I had my budget meeting here at the city. And on Thursday, May 28th, I attended virtually the Regional Water Quality Control Board for Los Angeles Region 4. I read a letter written from the city asking them to change their mind. It didn't work, but we're working with them on other things. So on Friday, May 29th, had the honor of being the keynote speaker for Leadership Simi Valley. What a great class. You guys are really great, Heather and Joseph and all the others. I'm looking forward to many more things that you and your companions are going to accomplish. On Tuesday, June 22nd, I also met here for a council briefing with Councilmember Ayala. On Wednesday, June 3rd, I had a real quick meeting with the chief and the city manager regarding SROs and other instances. Thursday, June 4th, I attended the film meeting that we had here with, I don't know if we want to say who. No, we had a film meeting to promote filming and other things here in Simi Valley, but it was a very good, productive meeting. Thank you, that was the best word. I also attended that evening the 13 Souls Memorial Run, Walk, Ride launch up at Valor. Great turnout. On Saturday, June 6th, I had the pleasure of going to the Cultural Arts Center craft fair, and I spent enough money to help support everybody, so we're good. And that's the end of my report. I was quicker, wasn't I? Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Our last item is 10B. Are there any special requests for future city council agenda items? With that, we are now adjourned.